Welcome back. Well, we've had our lunch break. We're satiated, fueled, and revved up, ready to go back to racing. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the season opener of the Rotax Max Challenge Belgium for 2025 and for the 2025 Benefit League. We're here at the fantastic Karting de Fagnes International Raceway in Marienburg in southern Belgium. And there it is. You can see via our drone shots earlier on this week that it is a fantastic facility full of momentum carrying corners. Speed and prowess are the two main words that you really need to look at it, but also consistency is the third one you really need to do with regards to that reference this fantastic facility. Of course, headed up by the team led by Thierry Lepine himself, has competed in what was at one point by a lot of people considered the golden era of karting back in the old 100cc days, which still have a lot of championships or one-off events that happen around the world. And there you see the track itself, Marienburg. It measures 1,366 meters in total. It is put in a clockwise direction, and the track itself has a total of 14 respective corners, and the two really that you can go flat out at are going to be at turns 13 and 14. The minute you come out of the final right-hander at turn 12, you are flat on that right-hand loud pedal on the right-hand side of your kart, stretching the throttle cable to within millimeters of possibly unentwining the metallic threads that make it. But since we concluded the qualifying heats earlier on today, well, the cloud cover has started to intensify in terms of density, but also the wind has picked up. Air temperature currently 13 degrees Celsius, due to hit a high of 13 to 14 degrees C today. It feels a lot colder than what it actually is here. That can be attested to. As I had a quick chat with our race director, Manuel Branco, during the lunch break, and he said, I've got a windbreaker jacket on. That's how cold it is out there. And it is good to see that all the people that have joined us on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, hopefully you'll be back with us as we will be taking you right the way through the pre-finals and the finals here for this opening round of the season. And more to the point, well, for those wondering about the calendar for the Rotax Max Belgian Challenge itself, well, the BMC will be heading to Karting Genk in the middle part of May, and then heading back to that circuit on the 18th and the 19th of October. The highest RACB licensee in the following classes: Mini Rookie, Mini, Junior, Senior, and DD2 will then be given the opportunity to represent the Red Devils, Team Belgium, at the forthcoming 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which take place amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf at the fantastic Bahrain International Karting Circuit. But we now refocus to our youngest drivers on the grid. It's Mini and Mini Rookie. It is time for the pre-final. Now, the results have been confirmed following on from the qualifying heat. Mick Klinkers was deemed to have jump-started, so has been given a 5-second post-race penalty. Noah Stehauder has been given an official warning from the stewards delegation for hard defending. And Levi Phillips and Lawrence van Vlaanderen both picked up a 5-second time penalty due to their front bumper being out of position. But the first race of the weekend and of the season didn't get underway first time of asking. We didn't have a full start, and so we had to send them around and compose themselves once again. But there you can see all the cloud in the background of the main building, which has the wonderful cafeteria underneath. And, the grandstand might not be full to bursting, but there are people watching by the sidelines, let me guarantee you of that. And there is the driver at the front end of the field, Jeff Verbeek from Bouvin Power, run by Berger Bouvin and his crew, running on the 126 Tony kart, LN kart, there you go, with the steering wheel. As I said, it is the year of aerodynamics. It seems to come round and perpetuate in cycles. The new Kart Republic Nassau panel has got, well, all I can say is a big sort of air dam in the centre of it. Just looks like it's a big collector, like a big gaping hole, and then all of a sudden the air rushes in and then goes out through particular parts of the front Nassau panel. There's Matthias Verreken. Definitely gave Joe Verbeek something to think about there. The 154 giving us a little wave there. It's always wonderful to see these young drivers. the Surf's Up big kahuna sign there as well from Matthias. Big thank you to Luis, our man on the ground for WFR Live TV, providing the pictures live in wonderful sound and vision. So the pre-final will be a little bit longer than the heats that we had earlier on. The heats took place under a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. We go to 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the pre-finals. For all classes, Mini and Mini Rookie will be 10 minutes plus a lap for their final as engines are started, revs rise, and the Hornet's Nest noise customary of the Rotax roar bellows around the 1,366 metre circuit here at Karting Dufang. Let's take you through the starting grid for the pre-final for Mini and Mini Rookie. On the front row, it's going to be just like it was earlier on for the qualifying heat. Jeff Verbeek and Matthias Verreken on the front row. Lewis Boots and Leon Herbos will round out row 2. Victor Reutz and Tristan Abeels will line up on row 3 with Ryan Rampadarath and Mick Klinkers completing the top 4 rows. Top 10 will be completed by Jara Kivitsbosch and Klaus Hans. Of course, Ryan Rampadarath ended up going over the back bumper onto the exhaust of Tristan Abeels whilst crossing the line in the qualifying heat, if I remember correctly. Sven van Melk will be joined by Tiago Holthausen on row 7. Levi Phillips and Sasha Al-Jabrail will be on row 8. Row 9, Igor Oss and Maxime Rambert, the only Mini Rookie driver here this weekend. Matthias Clever on the TB kart starts on the inside of row number 10, with Laurens van Vlaanderen completing the top 20, and Dan Hillen rounding out your 21-strong grid. After this, we'll have the third and final Senior Max heat before we go into second chance territory at around about 3:35 p.m. this afternoon, and then we'll go into the finals. So the drivers now making their way out of turn number 12 as we speak. So the field will be instructed to slow down to a snail's pace. They have to be at the same consistent speed. The front row have to be wheel to wheel into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. So here we go. The afternoon gets underway right now. Revs up, lights on, and the lights are out. We are underway. Looks like the 103. Jara Kivitsbosch had broken formation slightly early, so that could be a 3-second time penalty for the 103, being 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Matthias Verreken has dropped a couple of places behind Lewis Boots and looks to be Victor Reutz possibly in the 176. But Lewis Boots closing in on Jeff Verbeek into Chemin de Fer for the first time. As the 104, Mick Klinkers has definitely fired himself up the order in this race and is now running P5, having started 8th on the grid. So through to turn 12 go the 2 leaders. And the peloton from behind is getting ever closer to one another. Jeff Verbeek leads the way, goes defensive, can only make one move. And then Matthias Verdaeken goes through on Victor Reutz. That's the change for P3. And oh, that was a bit of a late move there from Mick Klinkers, clattered slightly into the side of Matthias Verdaeken, and now it's put the cat amongst the pigeons behind the two leaders. Everyone's scrapping for real estate, and Matthias Verdaeken is leading that cork in the bottle kind of situation. So Verbeek leads ahead of Boots. Reutz is now Victor Reutz has dropped a little bit further down the order. Victor Reutz now 7th, so Matthias Verdaeken, Mick Klinkers. Oh, has got the first slap on the wrist for this afternoon, as in, you're going into detention, young man. Well, that does not mean it's a trip to the principal's office, but it's a black and white warning flag. Lewis Boots switches to the inside, then switches to the outside. Through at turn 1, Verbeek trying to guess where Boots is going to put the cart, and at the minute is guessing quite well so far. Into turn 3. Now Lewis Boots for the old switchback tries. He gets squeezed a little bit by Verbeek, who moves across, but in a gentle fashion. Not aggressive, but gently saying to Lewis Boots, you're going to have to try a little bit harder. And then while Boots' front bumper goes into the rear of Verbeek and jolts his head backwards and forwards into the braking zone at Chemin de Fer. So Lewis Boots is going to be very careful that if those clips are in on that bumper, that's a 5-second automatic time penalty. Jara Kiewiczbosch is now the next driver to get a black and white warning flag from race control. The number 103, currently sitting in 11th position. Well, lap 3 completed. Verbeek and Boots nearly wheel to wheel across the line into turn 1. And Boots switches to the outside, trying to swing the cart through the corner at turn 2. However, Verbeek is not letting that go unnoticed. Verdaeken in 3rd place, new fastest lap, 59.829. And now it's the run down to turns 5 and 6 at Chemin de Fer. Again, Verbeek just perfectly putting it on the apex and not giving an opportunity for Lewis Boots to get through. Jeff Verbeek now gets a warning flag, possibly for driving conduct, I would imagine. Maybe for what he did on the start-finish straight, but you can do one move, but you can't do more than one on a particular part of the circuit. So, 4 minutes down, 6 to go. Verbeek and Boots are intertwined at the bumper, so to speak. Covered by 0.13 of a second after the opening 4 laps. We're now on to lap number 5. Laurens van Vlaanderen, the longest driver name I have to deal with this weekend, has been for a number of weekends this year, I might admit, has moved up 7 places. So the biggest mover so far here today in this race. Boots again, just trying to see on a bump and a run attempt there. Oh, Verbeek off the circuit. I think that might get an investigation thrown its way, possibly. That's not down to me. There is a little bit of forcing the door open, so that'll be that can be interpreted in so many different ways. But I felt that Lewis Boots could have waited maybe a couple of corners, possibly. But that's the decision of the driver. And on their head be it. They're the ones that make the decision now. This has brought Matthias Verdaeken and Mick Klinkers into the battle for the race lead. With 4 minutes and 50 to go. So Mick Klinkers trying to put the brightness here on Lewis Boots. So, yeah, Mick Klinkers and Matthias Verdaeken. Verdaeken's got a good run coming down into Chemin de Fer, right on the back of the 130 Falcon racing car. Out of Chemin de Fer into turn 7. Now heading to 8, 9, into the next left here at 10. It's right here at 10. Into 11, then turn 12. Jarakiewicz Bosch has got through on Tren van Melk and now goes back up into the top 10. Dan Hillen has got through on Maxime Ramboa and Matthias Clever. And here goes Matthias Verreken. That is for the race lead. And Boots goes back through. Mick Klinkers is watching to see how this is all going to pan out. Sometimes it's about the drivers that will wait and bide their time. A bit like a Honda Cadet race in the United Kingdom. Everyone's playing nicey. 2 laps to go, it's elbows out, sharpen your Stanley knives and sellotape them on. Right, Jarakiewicz Bosch has been given a 3-second time penalty for, I would imagine that is going to be the 2 wheels out at the tram lines and braking formation. And now 1-2-8 has also got a time penalty. That's Sasha Al-Jabrail. I would imagine that's also going to be for the same transgression. But it's a quartet that's leading the way. Boots has got, not going to be able to fight this. He's going to let Verreken through. But, oh no, Mick Klinkers went over the back of Lewis Boots. And it all went horribly wrong. The front end went in the air, the back end spun around. And Mick Klinkers went backwards into the barriers off of turn 1 at a big rate of knots, at least 50 kph. But at least it was foam padding. Oh, Mick Klinkers went for the move. And oh, well, that's, I think, a bit of retaliation possibly there. Lewis Boots getting Jeff Verbeek's front bumper on his rear bumper. And that was at Chemin de Fer. And that's just my honest opinion, folks. And now I can see an indent on the front bumper. That looks to be Tren van Melk, who's got Laurens van Vlaanderen and Jarakiewicz Bosch just behind. So, well, you would think that it was all quiet on the Western Front. There are yellow flags out as the marshalling team are looking after Mick Klinkers, getting the driver to safety. So there will be a yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 12, I believe. There is Mick Klinkers. You can tell there is a look of intent. They do say that a picture paints 1,000 words, but the eyes are the window to the soul. Sounds rather cryptic, I know, but the eyes tell the story. As if to say, that is, you can understand the frustration. Body language tells 70% of what a person will say to you if you're in front of them. As well, the battle for P3 has definitely come alive because Leon Herbos and Ryan Rampadarath are now intertwined into battle. This is for P3 on the road. And, well, Rampadarath nearly tried to go for the inside line into turn 4 on Leon Herbos. Herbos was a little bit sideways, well, slightly sideways, if that, coming out of turn number 4. So 20 seconds to go, plus an additional lap on the timer. Let's just say that the battle lines for 2025 have been drawn. Timer is counting down. Our leaders are now going through into turn 12 as Ryan Rampadarath. Oh, he's tried to go for broke, and it's gone wrong again for the 132. Last lap underway. It's Matthias Verreken versus Jeff Verbeek. And this is for pole position for the final. Into turn 3. And Ryan Rampadarath's mistake has cost him. And it's put his teammate Victor Reutz up into 4th. Through down into turn 5 and 6 go our race leaders. For the last time here on lap number 11, Jeff Verbeek trying to get through on Matthias Verreken. But Verreken is holding station. Good work there by the 154 through out of Escargot for the final time. Now through into turn 10, 11, Now 12, and then it's the run up the hill. Can Jeff Verbeek get the slipstream up the hill on this 11th and final lap? Let's see the run to the checkered. Up the hill at full throttle. And what is going to happen? Verbeek's going to pull to the right-hand side. Oh! Dead heat! Dead heat! Between Matthias Van Aken and Jeff Verbeek. It was 0.000 across the line. But I think Jeff Verbeek did not get the win. We might have a countback situation on this, but Matthias Van Aken and Jeff Verbeek were nigh on, dead on, and it has been confirmed. Matthias Van Aken is going to be declared the provisional race winner by nothing. Let me say that again, by nothing. I have never in my years of commentating here in continental Europe seen a dead heat that I've called. The only other one I've seen was the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final, Senior Rotax Grand Final between Axel Sarniala and Guy Cunnington. Matthias Van Aken wins the pre-final by 0.000. Leon Herbos takes third behind Jeff Verbeek. Victor Reutz, Klaus Hans, Ryan Rampadarath, Lewis Boots and Lawrence van Vlaanderen round out your top 8. Jara Kivitsbosch, Trent van Melk, Tygo Holthausen, Jesse Moonen, Noah Stehouder, Sasha Algebrail and Ivo Ost round out your top 15. Tristan Beals, Levi Phillips, Matthias Clever, Maxim Rambert and Dan Hillen round out your finishers, with Mick Klinkers unfortunately with 4 laps to go, out backwards into the foam barriers off of turn number 1. But here's the replay. Next up, we're going to go to our last Senior Rotax heat before the second chance. And that is coming up next, Heat A versus B, after that dead-on that dead heat finish between Matthias Van Aken and Jeff Verbeek. Time to take you through the grid for our last qualifying heat out of 3 for senior Rotax. It's groups A versus B. So from pole position, it's going to be Debbie Underost, who will be joined by Benjamin Van Hees on the front row. Yort and Taze Van Wyk. It's an all brotherly row number 2 on the Van der Pol Racing Sodi karts. Behind them they'll have Kans Boshouse and Ollie Yonkers on row 3. Dave Stevens and Emil Hendricks round out the next row with Jim Back and Sam Bergstein, completing the top 10. Row 6 is going to be Jake Menton and Sverre Ubben. Row 7 will be Lex Quintens and Ruben Verheyen, Jack de Kock and Matthijs Turlo. Row 8. Row 9, Julian Klosman and Ralph van der Pavert. Steen Peters and Dylan Hummel round out your top 20. 30 drivers completed as follows: Luca Prima, Flynn Fitters, Scott Westhovens, Michael Petit, Matthias Schantz, Sven Slagmoller, Nathan Marichal, Reimer van Beek, Mike van Maastricht, and Dylan LaHaye bringing up the rear of the field. Now, never would I have thought I would say that about Dylan LaHaye. But hey ho, start as you mean to go on. So, Devian Drost needs to finish 4th or higher. I'm just having a look at the previous results now. Yeah, Devian Drost needs to finish 4th or higher to put himself on pole position for the top 36 senior final a little bit later on. But if he finishes lower than Mateo Radenkovic did in Heat 2, which was 5th, then Mateo will, by the benefit of the doubt, I think, provisionally puts himself on pole. So it's 100 points at the minute, playing 88. So the more trouble that comes the way of Devian Rust, the better off it is for Mateo Radenkovic. Okay, so let's see, do we go lights out this time? We do not. That's a false start that's just been called, so they are being sent around again for another formation lap by race director Manuel Branco, who's overlooking proceedings with his team. Of course, we've got our stewards panel from the ASN, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, and also Knaf for the Netherlands. So the false start lights on the gantry have been extinguished, which means we are reset for the second time under starters' orders here at Karting d'Espagne. Very quickly into the 2x2 rolling start formation ahead of the last 7 minute plus an additional lap qualifying heat. The second chance a little bit later on will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So they're going to start coming up the hill out of turn number 14. So the revs will build, revs are up, lights are out. This time we're underway, and Benjamin Van Hees, will he get through? It's a scramble and a half. The Van Wyk brothers doing their sort of Legion of Doom Sodi kart tag team on the rest of the opposition. Didn't quite work out as planned, but some drivers have ended up having a little bit of a moment. Someone's at the back end of the field, which is, I think it might have been Steen Peters. There's Casbol's house, very much trying to see if he can get past Jort Van Wyk. Taze is a couple of carts behind his elder brother because Mateo Dankovic, not Mateo Dankovic, I think that's Ollie Yonkers, is now up into 4th place. So Devian Russ leads the way over the hill and up the crest and will complete lap number 1 with what kind of an advantage? 4.5 tenths of a second as Kazbar's house gets through on Jort van Wyk. Ollie Yonkers now dives up the inside at turn 2. And Daze van Wyk has got Vic Stevens right up his rear trumpet as they come through into turn number 4. Stevens is trying to force the issue. And Daze van Wyk is going, no, you're not going to do that to me. He dives up the inside of his brother. They are line astern. Oh, that's brilliant work there by Jort to keep Dave Stevens at bay, but Stevens through at turn number 9, and Escargot manages to split the brothers. So we are 2 minutes in, and the Chinese-style Lunar New Year fireworks have not dissipated quite yet. Someone set them off and is waiting for the massive big multiple bangs to occur in the local vicinity. But now things are starting to build into a steady rhythm, and well, Lex Quinton's I think isn't going to be too happy, and if that cart in the 384 is ready for the second chance heat, that might be the last chance for Lex Quintons to get through. Now Sverre Ubben had an opening heat to forget, but now he's making places. He's just got past Benjamin Van Hees and has just gone quickest in the final sector. Dave Stevens has gone and set the fastest lap in this race so far, 54.842, as we are coming towards half time in this race. Kazbar's house trying to close that gap to Divion Burst, which is the tune of about just over 3.5 tenths. And one of the things that they, if it does happen, and they start getting closer and closer to back marker traffic, then we have a slightly different conundrum. Devian Russ's lead is now just under half a second. Ahead of Kazbar's house, Ollie Yonkers now rounds out your top 3. Dave van Wyk and Dave Stevens complete the top 5 at the moment. Stevens has just gone purple in the opening sector. Sverre Ubben's gone purple in sector 2. So there's still a lot left in this race to play out. Now, how it plays out, your guess is as good as mine. Nevertheless, Sverre Ubben has just got through, and that is on Jort van Wyk. Ubben sets the fastest lap of the race, 54.577. So he's doing everything in his power to get that cart as far up the order as he can. Dave Stevens closing in on Dave van Wyk. So if Devian Ross has got a back marker in front, there could be trouble on the horizon. But it doesn't look like that is the case. So Devian Ross leads after what is now 6 laps of racing. just under 6/10 from Casbos House. Ollie Yonkers rounds out P3. Thijs van Wijk, Thijs Stevens, Sverre Ubben, Jort van Wijk, Benjamin van Hees, Sam Bergstein and Miel Hendricks round out the top 10. But in the meantime, well, there is a change. Thijs van Wijk through on Ollie Yonkers. So the number 369 from Van der Pol Racing has got back through into that third place, meaning that Thijs Stevens, who has raced against Ollie Yonkers as a junior before, last season most notably, they will know each other very, very well. So we are going to get 2 laps to go. So lap 7 completed, lap 8 out of the way. Rust is clear, Boshouse is clear. Thijs van Wijk is the cork in this 4-cart bottle. Neck, that is. Matthijs Turlo had a good run in the first heat. Has only made up 1 position in this heat, but whether Turlo can continue to push a little bit further up the order is there's a lot that remains to be seen, but the timer has hit 0 as Sverre Ubben gets through on Thijs Stevens, and that was coming through into Escargot. But next time around it is going to be last lap board out for these drivers. Devian Rust will have just over 1,360 metres to negotiate. So lap 8 completed, 9th and final lap for this stage of the senior Rotax competition, coming to its inevitable conclusion. And Dylan LaHaye has moved up 11 positions, biggest mover in this race, up 11 spots from 30th on the grid to 19th. Sverre Ubben up 7 places from 12th to now runs in P5. Ralph van der Parvet at one point was up into the top 10, now runs 12th. Jim Back, what can I say about that poor individual? Started 9th, now currently down in 21st and still running. But the checker flag is out. Devian Rost punches his ticket to provisional pole position in the top 36 final this afternoon at around 5:30 local time. Casbos House takes second ahead of Thijs van Wijk. Ollie Yonkers, Sverre Ubben, Thijs Stevens, Jort van Wijk, Benjamin van Hees, Sam Bergstein and Miel Hendricks round out your top 10 in this particular heat. Ruben Verheyen, Jake Menton, Ralph van der Parvet, Matthijs Turlo, Luca Prima ran out the top 15 ahead of Julian Kolsman. Jack de Kock, Flynn Pitters, Dylan LaHaye, Jim Back, Dylan Hummel, Scott Westhovens, Matthias Schantz. Then we've got Sven Slagmoller, Michael Petit, Mike van Maastricht, Nathan Marischal, Reimer van Beek, Stain Peters being the last of your 29 classified finishers, and Lex Quinton's not really seen much of him in that particular adventure. But there we go. 30 drivers, 29 crossed the line, and 1 unfortunately retiring. So after the final Senior Max qualifying heat, up next we will go into Junior Max for their pre-final. Well, someone's just had a code brown, September Horst, as the Junior Max contingent went out of the dummy grid and onto their 2 formation laps. Here's your starting grid for the Junior Max pre-final. 10 minutes plus an additional lap of running around this 1,366 metre circuit here at Karting Defang. So, the top 2 rows locked out by the Netherlands. Max Siderski and Boris Maximov in the front row with Lieke van Berkel and Luca van Leer. Row 2. All Belgian, row 3, with Vince van der Halle joined by Thomas Verheyen. Row 4, also all Belgian, Jent Moonen and Lars Lambers. Belgium and the Netherlands on the row that completes the top 10 with Tristan Shays and Badine Blankenberg. Nick Plumers and Devon Yater, row 6, Brian van der Beken and Lionel Munguia on row 7. Tony van Neersum and Kimi Mai, row 8. Row 9, James van der Poel and Liam Hauger. Row 10, Norden Engelsman and Seb Terhorst. Justin Fonken Jutrent will start on row 11. Koen Willems and Vic van Kampenhout, row 12. Boris Verhaag, AJ Bergeraff and Lucas Stolder. The latter 2 having a coming together on the previous side of things. Now, looking back, Boris Verhaag got a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. Then Kimi, then we had all the bumper penalties being given out. Kimi Mai, Liam Hauger, Justin Fonk, Judd Drent and Koen Willems all got a 5-second front-fairing penalty post-session. So the field lines up as they make their way up the hill over the crest once again. As we get revs up, lights on. And that is another full start. Oh dear. I hate to giggle at that, but it seems to be a little bit of a trend where the first start goes really, really well, or it just goes really, really badly. But it's not just the responsibility of the front row to control everyone and get them into position. It's the responsibility of everybody else, because everyone else wants to go racing at the same time. And this is just an observation that I've seen over the years, that I've seen drivers not want to give a first clean start to everybody else. They want to go round again. And that doesn't do anyone any help at all, because you're burning fuel, you're compromising your tyres. You know, the drivers will have to weave from side to side, check the steering, check the tyre temperature, check the tyre in terms of possible warmth, because they will realise it will cool down ever so slightly. However, we are under starters' orders for the second time of asking. And more to the point, can we go green this time? Because if it's the second false start, red flag will be thrown. And in the front row, we'll have a discussion with our race director. Everyone's scrambling. They're leaving it a bit late sometimes to get into position. Once they get past that red line of no return, then it's wherever you end up. If you're not in your position, you're at the back end of the field, well, that's not going to help you one iota. So, well, there was a problem because of the fact that there was meant to be Max Siderski on the front row. And Max Siderski, well, let's just say he's not in the race lead. Now, where is Max Siderski? One's gone off, coming off of turn 1 and has rejoined. I think that might, I'm not too sure who that was. The field now makes its way down towards turn number 4. Max Siderski must have had a problem. I think it was the 224. Vic van Kampenhout slamming the steering wheel with clear frustration, knowing that he dropped the car and made a mistake. So now Max Siderski, if he wants to be on pole for that final, He's got to do a top gear from the rear big time right now. And that's easier said than done. And, oh, well, the 204's gone off. And we've got multiple karts involved off of turn 1. There are 2 drivers that are out on the spot. So, let's have a look, see who tumbles. It is Nick Plumers, Nuden Engelsman, and Sepp Terhorst. So the 204 got going again, was on the outside of the opening corner and kept the engine running. And, well, his first sector will reflect that. Luca Van Leer has just been given the black and white warning flag of calm yourself a little bit. Don't start doing things that you shouldn't be doing under driving on circuit that we would not find acceptable. So, the story continues to evolve. So Nick Plumers and Nuden Engelsman are out of this race, I am afraid to say. But at the front end of the field, it is a quartet of drivers that are now entering into battle lines. And those drivers, oh dear, I've just seen... Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust. So Devon Yater and Tristan Shays. Now, I'm wondering who's got that noisy exhaust. I'm trying to keep an ear out for it. But that was someone coming across the start-finish line. So, wondering whether it's Devon Yater or Tristan Shays that may have, or maybe even Tony Van Leersum. Someone's going to get, I'm sure, a mechanical black flag for an exhaust that is not noise compliant. If someone's gone over the back of somebody else, that's normally what it leads to. It's a slam dunk, exhaust gets noisy, that driver who's been inadvertently compromised will then end up being given the meatball flag and will be given 3 laps to pit. Top 4, however, last time were 4.5 tenths apart. Now make that less than 4 tenths as Maximov through on lap 4 takes the race lead from Luca Van Leer. Tony Van Leersum, that's Tony Van Leersum, who's got the noisy exhaust that sounds like it's a whistling turbo at the minute. Has just gone past the start-finish straight. But a bit of robustness between Lars Lambers and Luca Van Leer coming out of Chemin de Fer. The pair had a little bit of a glancing deflective blow off of one another. Wasn't too significant to the point of where if it was a big hit, then it could possibly be investigated. Obviously, I don't know what incidents may or may not be investigated by race control and by the stewarding team. But it has been. There's been a lot of things going on. Looks like our medical team is on cue. 222, Tony Van Leersum will have just seen the Digi flag showing the mechanical black flag. Vic Van Kampenhout, even though he's in 21st, the youngster from Belgium has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.377. Getting closer and closer to the halfway point of the race. Vince van der Halle, purple across the board. Sector 1, Sector 2. Could it be the case of Sector 3, but he's 6 tenths behind Thomas Verheyen? Well, he's not even 6 tenths behind him now. He's right on caught him. He took nearly 2 tenths out of him on the first sector, nearly 2 tenths out of Sector 2, and change for lead. Lambers through on Maximov at turn 1, lap 6. Of course, they are under the same squad awning at Berger Bouvins, Bouvin Power Racing Team. Max Sidursky now up to 14th place. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.006. Still 4 minutes and 40, plus that all-elusive additional lap still to play out. Still the racing continues unabated. as Taze Stevens was looking for a move up the inside. Thomas Verheyen looking up the inside at that point, as Luca Van Leer back through on second place ahead of Boris Maximov. Means that Lars Lambers is the current race leader. And, well, Sepp Terhorst has been given the blue flag with the red cross in it, as if to say, well, you are being caught. You've got to be very, very careful. And when you have back marker traffic, that, and especially on such a short sprint race. Oh, right, now something came off of somebody's cart just then. Looked like a plaque of some description. Change for the lead now, as Van Leer and Van der Halle get through on Lambers. Lambers will not want to take that one lying down, I can tell you that much. And our medical team is now with somebody else at the minute, possibly one of the drivers that was involved in the accident coming out of turn number 1. 2 minutes and 35, plus an additional lap to go. That's probably going to give us 1 and 2 more. And Sepp Terhorst has just gotten out of the way of the people at the front end of the field, and more to the point, it is the case that Vince van der Halle is now leading. Just under 2 minutes to go. Not everyone's played their cards on the blackjack table just yet. Still an opportunity for drivers to, let's just say, throw a surprise into the mix. And it can happen when you least expect it. Not just from my perspective, but take it from a driver's perspective. If you put the wind up their sails and you put the frighteners on them, well, that's all she'll write on that. Lambers through turn 1 for second. That was on Van Leer, who's now got Boris Maximov just behind. And, well, the 2:04 has just been black flagged. Sepp Terhorst is effectively disqualified from the session. So Sepp Terhorst will see that, will have to park it. We are coming towards the end of this pre-final for juniors. Of course, the results called by myself up here in the commentary position, just overlooking the start-finish straight, are provisional, pending sporting and technical checks. But it was only a matter of time before someone would incur the black flag, and that driver has been Sepp Terhorst, the first one to incur the wrath of the officials for the black flag to be shown. But we are coming down to the final 10 seconds. Plus an additional lap of this race. And Vince van der Halle, who would have thought, you probably thought after qualifying, maybe a win's not on the cards. It is looking like it now, because we've hit 0 on the timer itself. And the next time when we go round across the start-finish line, before we go to the checkered, it will be final lap. 0 on the board, the clock now strikes as our race leader comes through turn 13 into 14. And is going to be at full pelt up the hill. So it's going to be last lap board this time. So Vince van der Halle leads ahead of Lars Lambers. Boris Maximov, Jens Munen and Lieke van Berkel in your top 5. But Vince van der Halle started from the inside of row number 3 and has made good his intentions to springboard his way towards the sharp end of the grid. The pre-final will, once it's been confirmed and ratified by race control, stewards and scrutineering and all the respective processes that karters have to go through. Well, it's up the hill for the final time. It is Vince van der Halle from Belgium and from Bouvin that takes the win ahead of Lars Lambers, and Boris Maximov lock out a top 3. Jenthiman and Lieke van Berkel, Luca van Leer, Thomas Verheyen, Max Sadowski, Lucas Stodau, Bran van der Weken, Bodine Blankenberg, Boris Verhaag, AJ Bergerath and Kimi Mai round out your top 15 provisionally. This is not taking into consideration outside influences behind your control. So 23 drivers finished with Sepp Terhorst, Tony van Leersum, with Nick Plumas and Nundan Engelsman retiring from the race. Next up, well, we have our next pre-final, which will be DD2 and DD2 Masters, before we go to KZ2 and KZ2 Masters for the last set of pre-finals before we go into the business end of the weekend. So we go to our last pre-final within the Rotax powered classes before we head to KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. DD2 and DD2 Masters now in the dummy grid as we are waiting for them to be waved off. And hopefully in the intermediary, I'll be waiting for Mr. Job Briefeld, who will be taking part in the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup Deutschland with Sark Rennsport this year in the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4. Having made the transition from karts to cars, he'll be joining us for the KZ2 pre-final and final. Well, two drivers copped 5-second front-fairing penalties. They were Lawrence Herboz and Jesse Spans in the previous race earlier on today. But Len Nyes, well, managed to show a pair of clean boots to the back of everyone behind him. However, now this is going to be very, very crucial what happens over the next 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The only final that will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap will be at Mini and Mini Rookie. Everyone else's finals will be over 12 minutes plus an additional lap, apart from the senior second chance. So, engines are fired up. And the drivers head out onto the grid. Let's take you through the starting order. It's going to be Len Nyes from Nicolas Guillaume making it an all-Belgian. Front row of the grid, Wout Kerstens, Mika van der Pavet round out row 2, with Imke Arts and Vincent van Kerkhoff rounding out your top 3 rows. Luca Neuenhausen will be joined by Lawrence Herboz on row 4, with Milan Vroom and pole sitter in DD2 Masters, the one, the only, the uncomparable, the inevitable, and the legendary Mr. Christoph Adams round out your top 10. Wim Hulo, Jesse Spans, Gwen Bloxhill, Ton Wirth, Axel Hoos, and Jan de Brandt round out the starters. I don't talk about a food. I'm not talking about a Chinese restaurant menu there either. Even though there is one underneath the hotel I'm staying at Metet this weekend. No, I haven't partaken in the food because the food here at the cafeteria is pretty good, to be honest with you. So we go on to the official formation lap. For those watching on the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be on this particular part of the screen for right the way through until the finals are completed. There'll be a slight break between the KZ2 Master pre-final and the senior second chance heat. There's going to be a lot of activity, I'm sure, behind the scenes of who will be going through. So the formation lap, we'll see our drivers get into the 2x2 rolling start formation for this race. So the drivers now will make their way up the hill at a snail's pace. So the red lights are on the gantry for the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And revs up, lights out. And Len Nyes straight away cuts across the front to block anyone's possible opportunity of trying to get through and make sure that it sticks. Axel Hoos, his kart is stricken on the inside of the run down towards turn 2, and he has not even gotten to the start. It has been a race day for the Dutch driver for Combi Kart Racing to forget. Meantime, Len Nyes is not being challenged by Nicolas Guillaume. He's been challenged by Wout Kerstens, and there is a despondent Axel Hoos by the sidelines. A real shame for the 455 from the Netherlands. So, lap 1 completed. Stern defending from Len Nyes. Out of Wout Kirstens, Nicolas Guillaume. Oh, Nyes goes defence. Wout Kirstens dives to the right-hand side and nearly clatters into Nicolas Guillaume. He's got teammate Mika van der Pava right up his tailpipe. Cool, Luca Neuenhausen's also getting his elbows out in the meantime. He's battling with the likes of Imke Arts et al. As through into turn 6 as Chemin de Fer once again goes Len Nyes. Just that car is on rails at the moment, the 446 from Belgium. Running with Shepherd's Racing Service BV, making his return to Rotax competition. Went out to WSK and also to, I think Yame-based racing over in continental Europe for a few years, and then, well, felt the need to return to Rotax, and that's exactly what he did. So through into turn number 2, now into 3. Van der Pava was looking up the inside of Guillaume, and whilst that was happening, Kirstens was looking up the inside of the race leader. So this is going to be very, very crucial how things happen. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And Len Nyes is leading the peloton. And in that peloton, well, rounding it out, is Laurens Herboz. Just behind him, Imke Arts. Mika van der Pava quickest in Sector 1. Herboz quickest in Sector 2. Everyone up and down the order, making improvements. Wim Rouleau, in the meantime, has got now the lead in DD2 Masters, currently 12th, ahead of Christoph Adams. But no one is blinking yet. But now it's Van der Pava, up the inside of Guillaume, through at turn 2, now up to P3. Past his teammate. And Herboz, new fastest lap of the race, 54.4 dead by the 498 from Belgium. This is going to be really, really close, because if this is how close the top 6 are, they are covered by just under 8 tenths per second. If Neuenhausen, if Van Kerkhoffen, Spans, Vroom, De Brandt, maybe even if you get like Rouleau and Adams in the mix there, that's also going to be a bone of contention, because all 6 of them will be on their tippy toes, wondering which eggshell they do not want to crash, which eggshells they don't want to crack by treading on them. So we are heading into 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And, well, now, Gwen Bloxhill. Number 413. Can't see it over. Let's see where she is out on circuit. Looks like Gwen might have parked. I'm not too sure if she's parked the kart, but that could be that we are down to. Yep, she's parked the kart. Came through Sector 2, didn't come through Sector 3, I'm afraid, and crossed the line. Laurens Herboz, in the meantime, has got through on Imke Arts. But the battle for the race lead really heating up with just under half time to go. And Len Nyes is definitely putting on a clinic at the minute. It's not. Now, if people when people say, oh, commentators use the word masterclass or clinic, a masterclass or a clinic does not necessarily mean you need to be leading by half a second and a half. You can be as far ahead as Len Nyes is at the moment, 0.128. Oh, and there we go. Change for position. That's 4th in the bag. At the minute, 4. Laurens Herboz just scything his way up the inside through on Nicolas Guillaume at turn 1. Herboz, in the meantime, has also put in a 54.157. New fastest lap of the race. So Len Nyes is controlling the race the way he sees fit. Doesn't necessarily have to go all the way out. So he's only 0.2 of a second up the road from Wout Kirstens. Then it's a further 0.2 back to Mika van der Pavet. Then it's Nicolas Guillaume. Then it's Laurens Herboz. It's Laurens Herboz. Then it's Nicolas Guillaume. Then it's Imke Arts. And get this, the top 9 are covered by 2.8 seconds after 7 laps. That's pretty impressive. I've seen it where races where the top 30 drivers were covered by 10 seconds. Henry Baudet, Kart Masters, GP Plate Day, Juniors, 2019. All I can say is Ollie Behrman was in that race. And it was a corker. So, 3 minutes to go, and Len Nyes just controlling the pace. Really doing a stellar job. Just not allowing Wout Kirstens a hint, a slither of an opportunity to get through. But if he did give Wout Kirstens an opportunity, Wout would be up there quicker than a rat up a drain pipe. We like saying, thank you very much, hold my beer, I'm coming through. But Mika van der Pavet battling away and defending against Laurens Herboz on that one. So Len Nyes just doing a really, really stellar job. He hasn't really put a foot wrong. And the best thing that he did at the beginning of the race was cover off everybody else. You know, just by one move you can set the tone. You can really set the tone of the race and go, right, you're going to have to put everything on the line to get past me. And he's still leading by what? 0.2? Make that a 1.5. Van der Pavet defending against Herboz. Herboz is looking for that third place. That means he'll have gained 5 positions. Kian de Brandt started 16th and stone dead last. Now is up to 10th place. And he's trying to chase down Jesse Spahns. But that's a 3.1 second differential that he's got to find in the next 3.5 minutes maybe. As Christoph Adams and Wim Rouleau I've just seen going side by side coming out of turn 3. So the lead battle for Masters, who are just coming down in towards turn 6. And Christoph Adams, I think, might have just made the move that's got him back into the race lead for DD2 Masters. Just coming through Escargot and heading through the final, I think, about to head through the chicane very shortly. But now, again, Herboz versus Van der Pavet, and this time, the pressure was enough. Van der Pavet had to let Herboz go through because Herboz carried so much speed through that first corner. Len Nyes has been very, very much untroubled in the fact that he has kept Wout Kirstens at bay, but Kirstens will want to battle for those points in the final later on. DD2 and DD2 Masters, their final will be at just gone at 4:32 p.m. local time. We are going to be fractional on time here. 3, 2, 1, 0. Last lap. And Nyes has done a stellar job right up until this point. He does not want to make an unforced error. That's the 446 with Shepherd's Racing Service.BV. He's done a fantastic job on that kart and has not put a foot wrong. He's run with TB. He's run with the TB kart, not as in the white, grey, white, green, and black, but it's the blue and black colours that you see there. And it's a race overall set that fits him. He's getting taller every time I see him, Len Nyes. But it's through out of Escargot. Turn 11 coming up now. 3 corners to go. And from lights out to checkered flag, from pole position Is the story going to continue for Belgium's Len Nyes? Up the hill, drag race to the line, and Nyes by 16 thousandths of a second wins DD2 and DD2 Masters overall in the pre-final. Perfectly done by Len Nyes. Didn't get too far away, but didn't give the race away, and that made all the difference. He wins after that race. 12 laps completed, winning by 16 thousandths of a second. Wout Kirstens, Lawrence Herbos, Mika van der Pavert, Imke Arts, Nicolas Guillaume, Jesse Spans, Vincent van Kerkhoff, Kian de Brandt and Luca Neuenhausen ran out your top 10. Milan Vroom, Wim Rouleau wins in DD2 Masters. They round out your top 12 with Christoph Adams and Thorn Weert rounding out the 14 finishers, when Bloxhill and Axel Hoos unfortunately retired from the race. Next up, we go to our penultimate pre-final of the event. Coming up very shortly, it's time for 33 KZ2 karts in action here at Marienborg. Well, in the build-up to KZ2 for the pre-final, I've got a man who was alongside me for a lot of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship last year, a man who raced for PSL Karting, the official US Brilart distributors at Supernats a couple of years ago. Job Rietveld, a man known to RMC Belgium, Chrono Karting, and of course the Euro Trophy. Good to have you back. Firstly, congratulations on the news that you're going to be in the Porsche Sports Club Deutschland, running with Sorg Rennsport in the 718 Cayman GT4. Feels quite nice coming back into the commentary box again, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course, Alex. It's great to be here again, especially for such an exciting race as the KZ. So it's definitely good to be here.
Now, you're going to have a busy year, aren't you? I mean, you're going to be running, I think, is it in support of ADAC GT Masters this year? So I think your first weekend is the first weekend of May coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the first weekend of May, so we try together with the ADAC series, the ADAC racing weekends. And also I'll be working alongside the KSD team, helping them with telemetry and coaching for the karting. So it's going to be a busy calendar, but I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, well, after the qualifying heat, Jens Stur took the win despite having a lot of people trying to throw their best weapons at them. Jeffrey Fixer actually was deemed to have done a jump start and got a 5-second penalty from race control thereof. Quite a few penalties did actually happen. But the grid is as follows. Jens Stur, and a name we both know, Tommy van der Stoys, lines up on the front row of the grid. Daniel Tenbach, Renzo Alibax ran out row 2. Jeffrey Fixer and Peter Stehauer. Row 3, Armin Pierle, Robin Glerum, Milan van Winden, Sita van Mert and Tom Cypers. They round out the top 11. Then we've got Maddox Weers, Eric Wess, Morris Klein, Ricky Mewis, Jelte Burma, Nick Landgraf. There's 33 drivers. But the reason why I brought this man back into the commentary box, I'm going to do this again for Chrono Karting for the rounds I'm at. KZ2. We've seen the likes of Kimi Antonelli, 2023 FIA European champion. Now go to Formula 1, of course, Max Verstappen won in 2013 as a world champion. It is the most physical karting discipline. Just from your experience from Supernats, pulling on that lever isn't easy because it nearly wrenches your shoulder out of its socket. Just to give the folks at home that don't understand KZ2.
Yeah, the KZ2 shifter class is definitely the most intense and physical karting class. It's almost like the king class, they call it. And it has so much G-forces, the grip levels are crazy. You have front brakes, it's one of the only cars which has a front braking system. That means you can de-accelerate even quicker. The acceleration, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in less than 3 seconds, I believe. Yeah. So it's definitely very intense and very quick. But that's also what makes it so beautiful and such a nice golf to drive.
Well, especially when, you know, I think one of my friends said that he managed to, he gave it a go in a KZ2, and he said, I have never felt my ribcage so attacked and violated in all my life. And he recorded 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 3.5 seconds. So 2.9, you're talking about probably about a second off of what maybe a Rimac Rimac could do, like 1.9. You know, not too far off of a Bugatti Chiron. But then, you know, you've got nearly 1,600 horsepower on this grid. You know, but the amount of torque. What's the feeling when you're building those revs? You've got your foot feathering the brake, and then you launch it in first gear. Your senses are being overloaded, aren't they, when you pull it off the line?
Yeah, definitely. The acceleration is really out of your mind, and what makes KZ so intense is that every corner you have that acceleration because it has gears.
Yeah.
Every corner you're in the perfect RPM, so it's just amazing how it can be that quick out of literally every corner on every track, and especially with the start going from standing still. It's quite the experience.
It is indeed, especially when you've come from when you started back when you were a lot shorter than me, actually, to be honest with you. When I met you, and you know, me and your mum, you know, we've become really good friends. You know, I have to give your mum and Renata a shout out. She was the one that came up with the obviously you've got your own fan club, the Upster fan club as well, that have helped to keep you racing, and you know, it's great to have that kind of support network. But you know, 1,500, nearly 1,600 horsepower. It's one of the most. You know, I've got DKM coming up this year, and I'm going to experience all this with some of these drivers here. But we're going to get you through the start, folks, and we're going to get a one-to-one with this man here by my left-hand side as we go. Revs up, lights out, and we're away. And a good start by Jens Stur. That's exactly the whole shot he needed there, because if you're on pole, you can either win it or bin it before you've even gotten through turn 1.
Exactly, and now he seems to be already a couple of car lengths ahead, so this is going perfectly for him, just as he would have wished.
Oh, we've got some. That's one of the Hemser carts off.
I believe that is Milan van Winden that is off the track right now.
Yeah, the 680. That's a real shame. Was in 9th position. I still remember the first time I commentated. Well, one of the first weekends I commentated on Jeffrey Fixer was at Karting Gate last year, and one of the wheels came off the wagon. It was one of the rear tyres, then jumped the. You know, like where you got at turn 6 at the Europolan, and then you've got that sort of verge, and it hit the verge and bounced over the fencing. But Jeffrey this time has got all 4 wheels on it. But coming through, like say, turns 13 and 14, you know, I'm seeing speeds now 140.6, 140.6, 142.2 kph. We're talking nearly 90 miles an hour. The slipstream in a KZ2 car is incredibly visceral. Like you said, the acceleration. But when you're at full speed and your backside is literally millimetres off the ground, you start thinking, hang on, is the car going to be set alight in a minute with sparks flying off it?
Yeah, definitely. And also the racing in this class is very close, as you can see now with Glerum firing it up behind side Steyhauer. It's pretty close in the field right now. As Streur is pulling away a bit.
Yeah, winner of this year's inaugural Karting Champions League Winter Series actually got himself an opportunity to have a test with MP Motorsport in a Formula 4 car. Because, we had quite a busy weekend that weekend back in this very circuit, late January. There is, now, who's that behind? That's Renzo Alibax. A Hamza Racing team, quite a new team, out of the same part as the Kart Store International store based in Belgium in the Netherlands, which I had the opportunity to visit. Of course, Henk de Jong is the man that owns and operates that building, along with MP Motorsport. The team was just seen. Lino Franco just rejoined their ranks quite recently for Formula 4 competition. But this is where sometimes the action is more captivating than the commentary that is put over it. But you know, we're seeing Jens Steur. He's now 1.3 seconds up the road. Tommy van der Stroy's rookie in this class, but we know him from days, on days. But for someone of Tommy's age, we're seeing drivers like Jaden Teen, we're seeing Tommy van der Stroy, like 16, 17, 18 years of age. This is a brutal sport, as you said. As the Germans would say, the Königsklasse, where it is the one where it is the piranha club of karting. It's either, get with it, or you find yourself you're on the receiving end very quickly.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it's very impressive to see Tommy climbing up the ranks, especially with his father Martin on his banner. So it's nice to see them gaining traction.
So we are 6.5 minutes from the checkered flag plus an additional lap. Van der Stroy has got 2 very, very competitive KZ2 drivers. You've got Daniel Ten back on the Birrell Arc just behind him, along with Jeffrey Fixer, who decides to take the shorter line through into turn 1, but that compromises his run coming out of the corner, which means that Hamza Racing's Renzo Alibax, Gus Becken, a known quantity, also loves his KZ2 racing, but he said, well, we're trying to get the Hamza Racing team, quite a new team actually, towards the end of last year. Thomas Cypers just pumps in the fastest lap of the race, but he said, before I come back to racing, I want to make sure that this team is, because he does a lot of engine work. I had the opportunity of working alongside him at the Rotax Grand Finals with good old Henry Rodette and Jen Wade at Portimao. You can understand the passion that someone like Kust, who's done commentary before, he's done chrono karting in years past. Of course, earlier on this week, Frans Langenberg, the original voice of chrono karting, celebrated his birthday. But you can see how much this class means to so many people. And to have 33 karts, and then we've got another 20 plus for KZ2 Masters. They make up nearly a third of the total grid here this weekend. That just shows how popular this category is year in, year out.
Yeah, it definitely enhances the level of driving. You see a lot of experienced drivers here. For example, Fixer with a couple of years of experience. He's always very quick. And we have a lot of drivers here this weekend which are prone to be quick. So that's very nice.
So 2 retirements out of the 33 so far. Milan van Vinden we saw off at turn 2. Ruben Vilk also out in the 6.15. But Jenster is pulling away and his gap is expanding every single sector. It's now 2.2 seconds. Van der Stooy's now starting to get a little bit daylight between himself and also between himself and Daniel Tenbach. Jenster, new fastest lap of the race, 52.449. Now you ran with PSL Karting at Supernats. What was the beauty of with KZ2 driving on the Birla? What were the bits of the chassis, when you were turning it into corners and powering out the corners? In what way did it complement your driving style, would you say?
Yeah, the combination with the Birla and TN was very, very good. Of course, the brakes of the Birla very competitive. You can really brake into the corner very late. And at the end just has a very good acceleration, also a top end, so it was a pretty competitive package.
Yeah, and that seems to be quite good, not just for Tommy van der Stooijs. Here we're going to see a move. 6.16, Robin Bleerum up the inside. Robin now with SP Motorsport under the governance of Mr. Stan Pex, who's now turned his hand like his dad to rallying, which is actually quite good to see. Of course, Stan and Jorrit have been competing in CIK, FIA Championship, DKM over the past few years in shifter class categories, so their knowledge is absolutely golden. But, Robin Bleerum is another driver that has been around for quite a few years. And we have another driver that is probably Nelson Berghaus walking away in the 6.88, so that is going to be our third retirement of the race still. KZ2 normally does have a rate of attrition with regards to engine seizing, which then locks up the back axle, spins drivers around, but also accidents do happen, don't they?
Yeah, there are a lot of moving factors here, especially with the engine and the close racing, which we see now also with Kevin Stehauer, who just got past Ali Box as well, and is now knocking on the door at Stixen. He seems to have a little bit of overspeed, and maybe looking for a move in a couple of upcoming laps.
Yep, Kevin Stehauer running on the Kubica chassis. Of course, I allude to the fact that we have Charles Leclerc, Daniel Ricciardo, Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, all current Formula 1 drivers that do have a chassis branded or past Formula 1 drivers. Of course, Robert Kubica now running with AF Corsa in the World Endurance Championship with the 499p LMDH. But you can see that once... Jeffrey Fixer was looking so menacing right there, but I think he's now realising that, okay, I've got Kevin Stehauer right on my tail. I don't want to put a foot wrong, but if I can put the pressure onto Daniel Tenbach, sometimes they do say a good defence is a solid defence is a good offence. So you can attack the person in front of you, but in KZ2 you've really got to clear those margins very, very quickly, as Robin Bleerum now is closing in on Stehauer. It's always a case of you have to second guess every decision you're making when you're behind the wheel, and if you're in a train of 3 or 4 carts, it's very difficult to try and go for that move and then go, did I overcook that? Have I just flat spotted one of my tyres? You're thinking about so much, aren't you?
Yeah, and definitely in KZ, we have the saying that if you're not moving forward, you're moving backward. Because they really eat you up as we see here. Oh, and Stehauer around the outside.
He's trying to do with Thierry Del Rey. You remember that when we were talking about that?
Definitely do.
Now
Ali Box and Bleerum seem to collide.
Yeah, looks like that's pulled Robin Bleerum's bumper. Oh, it is. So Robin Bleerum's bumper is not straight. The left side is now at an angle because of the robust and rambunctious manoeuvre from Renzo Alibax. But as soon as Bleerum caught onto the back of Stehauer and Tenbach, everything sort of closed in on it. It was a bit like an accordion effect. So I'm not sure at this stage of the race. I mean, the thing is, if that bumper was flapping on the ground, then I can understand a mechanical black flag for Robin Bleerum, but they may... I don't know whether that might not pass scrutineering post-race.
It's going to be difficult, but I think we have a fair case of argy-bargy here at Marienburg.
Yes,
so
that's true. That's true. You now got Maddox Wirtz right on the back bumper of Robin Bleerum. Sita Van Miert, she's done pretty well in the opening heat. She went up 2 places, got up to 8th, started 10th, and now another solid top 10 finish on the cards for the number 640. But through Chemin de Fer, you can now see that Mannix Wiertz is getting frustrated behind Robin Glirum, as if to say, right, I need to get past this guy now. And we've got 1.5 kilometres remaining. Last lap board is going to be shown to Jens Steur, who's having a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside here in southern Belgium. So last lap underway. Steur leads. Van der Soys, Fixer, Stehauer, Tenbach, Glirum, Wiertz, Alibaks, Van Miert, and Cypers ran at your top 10. Yeah, that I was wondering whether that move from Alibaks could have nearly ripped off that rear bumper completely for Robin Glirum, and then he would have had to have parked it.
Yeah, definitely, and he also seems to be struggling really getting past Tenbach, and he's now really under pressure from the 2 cars behind him. So I hope for him that he can keep it up. And we have a kart in the grass.
Oh, I did see a big plume of dust kick up, but in the meantime, let's concentrate on the man on the Croc Promotion chassis. Out of turn 12, up the hill, full throttle for 2 wins out of 2. Jens Steur continues his run of success here at Marienburg. Second again, it's Tommy van der Soy, Jeffrey Fixer in P3. And it was a run to the line between Glirum and Tenbach. Tenbach by literally nothing. Dead heat. Dead heat.
A 0 margin right there.
Just like we had on the final of the pre-final just a few minutes ago. I think it was the Mini-Max or Gini-Max. It was dead level, but yeah, Jens Steur takes the win after 17.758 kilometres, 13 laps and nearly 11 and a half minutes of competitive action. The 601. Well, Jens Steur, I think this man for DJK Racing is going to be a true force to be reckoned with. I mean, Power Racing, you know, I've seen them have great drivers. I mean, Tommy van der Soys now adds another layer of depth, and let's say the words youthful exuberance to that squad, wouldn't you say?
We have a lot of young guns here, and it's a very dominant performance from Steur, left from start to finish. And yeah, it's very nice to see that. And also the average age, I think, is going down.
I know.
We have a lot of new young drivers entering, and that brings a lot of new talent, and that enhances the level of racing, definitely. So it's very good to see.
Well, folks, I want to actually have a quick catch up with this man. So the thing is, obviously, as I said, you've done KZ2. You're now moving into GT4s. What's been the biggest, or what would you say are probably the top 3 things that you've been able to take from KZ2 racing and bring it into car racing for GT4s?
Of course, KZ with the shifter class is just the best preparation you can have for entering the car racing.
Yeah.
You learn everything, not only the driving helps, but also performing under pressure. As KZ is so intense, you can multitask very well. And learning multitasking is very, very important in car racing also. So overall, KZ is just, and also for the level of speed, the experience of speed is just as impressive as a GT4. So that's the perfect step up from there.
And you're going to be running in the RS class,
yes.
The Rennsport class as it would be called. Are you still going to be running in the number 5?
I am still running in the number 5, but it's going to be a bit of a deviation. It's going to be 205. So I will still be running my but
But no, I will be keeping a keen eye on what this man does. Obviously, I know you've got drivers to go and coach, but we'll catch up a little bit later on at the KZ2 final, because obviously I want to have you around for that one. But your Briefeld will be joining me a little bit later on. Next up, it's our last pre-final before we go to the second chance side of things for senior Rotax. It is KZ2 Masters, the pre-final, up next. So we have one more pre-final to go before we head to the second chance heat. We're running slightly behind schedule, obviously a little bit of a clean-up after the KZ2 pre-final. So we have our drivers in the KZ2 Masters class ready to go racing for the penultimate time this weekend. There's Thierry Del Rey in the 703 TD kart, the man who is the proprietor of that chassis brand. He's the man behind the race team, as well as a man that continues to get his fix of adrenaline coursing vicariously through his veins by getting behind the wheel. So hopefully very shortly we'll be getting underway, and then it'll be time to push and bump start the karts. Good to see you, Ern Boz. Right, okay, we have the medical vehicle heading out onto circuit.
No ar diz-me, temos comissário que se sentiu mal, deve ter inalado. Podes-me pôr no ar? Tem pilotos aqui que realmente querem interagir. Não, foi perceptível.
There we go, a thumbs up and a wave there from Mr. Thierry Del Rey himself. Come on, Glenn, thumbs up and a wave. There we go. Right, let's do our KZ2 Masters Mexican wave down the grid. Okay, Neki Burhene, thumbs up there. There we go. William Cloister, come on, William van der Kai. There we go, another thumbs up there. Right. It's the best we're going to get out of these drivers, because they're waiting to start these engines. There we go. Thumbs up, ahoy. That was Mickey Bertram. Natalie Kai. No, hang on. There is. Here we got Benno Ridder, amongst others. Oh, Natalie Kai. So really good to see these drivers with us. And on the Formula K kart, Christian Preiter, Mark Verhoeven, and come on, Niels Böhler at the end of the list on the CRG. Double thumbs up. There we go. We got a full house. Full house. There you go. This is how. I'm going to refer to a game that my good friend Mr. Henry Baudet used to play at Kart Masters called Mechanics Bingo. Unfortunately, it's not sunny. Good work by man Luis. Ah, there we go. Right, who was that? Kevin Delcourt with the Surfs Up Big Kahuna sign there. Alexander Homerson for the on the CRG. Martin Versteeg. There's the OK sign, normally used in scuba diving, but also a normal hand gesture as well. Okay, who have we got here? 771. There we go. Niels Costa, Mr. Part-time superstar DJ. Well, he tried to be a DJ at one point, I think. And there's Yannick on the number 799. Tony Kart, Eric Anganen giving us a little wave on the Maranello. And that is that's the peace out sign there from Sebastian Horder from Germany. Now, this is what I like about this eyeball side of things here. There's Barstein. I never thought I'd see this man in these colours. Wesley Duval on Maranello. And then the man who's had a 4-month layover comes back After knee surgery, Jeroen Bos for SP Motorsport. 6 weeks on crutches and comes back competitively this weekend. That man is an absolute machine. And one of the good things about racing drivers, folks, is that these helmet designs, you know, everyone has their own unique identity. And look at this, Tasmanian Devil with the Dutch national flag. It just goes to show that there is so much that goes on when drivers do have, you know, they want to have their own individualistic stamp when it comes to race helmets. So the reason for the delay at the moment, we do have the medical, the ambulance. Right. I don't know what Louise is trying to do at the moment. Oh, there we go. He's trying to get them to do it right. Glenn van den Hoek's already. Yeah, no, right. Okay, right. We got to try from the left. We got to try from the side. You know what, Louise? You're gonna have to direct traffic in a minute. He's trying to get them to do a bleeding Mexican wave in the pre-grid. Yeah, you might be able to do that, but everyone's starting to get a bit cold, Louise, and I think they're probably wanting to minimise movement at the best of times at the minute. Right, medical vehicle is now leaving turn 2. So hopefully we might be under starters' orders. So Luis, our mobile camera guy for WFR Live TV, big thank you to them for providing all the images and sound and vision that you've been seeing over the course of the weekend. They are also with us for the BMC and the BNL karting series for the entirety of the 2025 campaign. But great to see all the drivers there. Oh dear, we got someone doing some dodgy dancing in the pit lane. There we go. Right, that was behind Buzz. That was Buzz Steen's mechanic. Right, now is the time that the drivers and you all at home have been waiting for. It's time to fire up these KZ2 karts. So, finally, we get the green flag signal that we've been waiting for. Just over 1,000 horsepower is trying to fire up. And we've got 22 drivers set to take to the start here for our last pre-final of this round of the season. It's time for the pre-final. 10 minutes plus an additional lap for KZ2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Thierry Del Rey will be on pole position. Jeroen Bos on the front row, alongside him in second. Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal line up on row 2. Neki Burheni and Buzz Steen, row 3. William Gluster and Sebastian Horda, row 4. William van der Kay and Erik Angenent round out row 5, thereby completing your top 10. Nicky Bertram and Yannick Quirainen round out the next row ahead of Nathalie Kais and Niels Koster. Benno Ridder and Martin Versteeg, Christian Peiter and Alexander Hommersen, Mark Verhoeven, Kevin Delacroix, Niels Böhler and Chris van den Broek round out your 22 strong field. So the drivers now go onto their formation lap, which means we're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, approximately, give or take. So after this, we'll head into the Cinemax second chance heat, where we'll have 13 drivers competing for the final 6 positions on the top 36 final later on. So green flag at the back. Revs up. Lights out. And we're underway. There is one driver that didn't make it, I think, to the start. Someone's bumping over the curbs on the inside of turn number 1. Eric Angenent, I think, may not have made it to the start, not 100% sure, but the drivers making their way through into turn 3. Then it's the short shoot up to the 90 left at turn 4. Side-by-side action here. 7.62. He gets his nose cut off despite his face. Mark Verhoeven. But Thierry Delray has got the early advantage. Jeroen Bos, Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal. Line Cern at the moment, heading into the Escargot section for the first time. So it might have been that Eric Angenent might have had a problem. So that cart is not competing in this race. We're down to 21 runners and riders already. So more to the point, well, Ben van den Hoek is starting to put the pressure onto Jeroen Bos at the minute. And Wesley de Waal in the Maranello springs towards the inside and has to back out of it. And as a real, you put that throttle down, it pushes you back into the seat, squeezing on your rib cage, and then you've got to put the anchors on, and then you wonder why your rib cage has been been hit with more body shots than Mickey Ward on a good night on the main event of the evening. And if anyone hasn't heard of Irish Mickey Ward, known for his liver shots, which basically, it's a body shot, but you hit the liver and it knocks the opponent straight down on their backside. Well, Thierry Delray has already got a lead of 1.1 seconds. Jeroen Bos, I think at the moment, well, this is more of a welcome back to KZ2 race weekend for him. But Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal still keeping him very honest indeed. William Klooster, in the meantime, has moved up 2 places and is now ahead of Neki Bohenit and rounds out the top 5. Chris van den Broek, in the meantime, has moved up to 19th. Niels Berler up to 17th from 21st on the grid. Has moved up 4 positions. Martin Versteeg up 4 places. Yannick Quirijnen up 3 places. William van der Kai now up into 8th place and is trying to close in on Bas Steen. The pair are about 2.5 tenths of a second apart, and that is van der Kai and Steen. Delray, however, is coming out of turn number 14 as we speak. As the rest of the top 3 make their way through 13 and 14. Thierry Delray's lead, nearly 1.5 seconds and counting. And, well, there's going to be a change for position. That is, I think that was, yeah, that was 7.26. Neki Bohenit being passed by Bas Steen. There's William van der Kai. Oh, I thought that car was going to wheelie coming out of turn 3. The Viral Arts for William van der Kai. And we still have just over 6 minutes and 40 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go in this pre-final for KZ2 Masters. Still plenty of racing left to go. We have the battle for the final 6 places on the grid. Thierry Delray, just poetry in motion at a circuit he knows like the back of every single hair on his hand. No problems there for him. But Jeroen Bos doing very, very well, just keeping it nice and calm under the surface. But I would imagine that his brain is probably paddling like a duck underneath the water line in a pond. We've got so much to think about, as Jubriefeld was talking about earlier on in the KZ2 pre-final that we had just a few moments ago. So fastest lap of the race so far. It's going to be another one for Thierry Delray. 53.430. And Jeroen Bos at nearly 140 kilometres an hour across the line. I haven't had anyone I haven't seen anyone in the last couple of laps hit the 140 mark, but they are averaging anywhere between 132 up to 139. So And Thierry Del Rey, he's treating this like a glorified qualifying session, I think. Now halfway through the race, and Wesley Duval is now showing signs that he wants to get through on Glenn Vandenhoek. Now, Glenn Vandenhoek, there is a little... there might be a little story I might want to tell about this man. He... Wesley was on a winning streak last year in Chrono. I think it was like 6 races, and then we got to Circuit de Lansard in Eindhoven, right outside the airport. And it's one of these... it has what I call the Bermuda Triangle complex of corners. Now, for anyone that's raced at Circuit de Lansard, you will understand when I talk about turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Well, turns 1 to 7. It is like the Bermuda Triangle, and it's quite funny where you get misty tarmac if it gets really if the rain comes in, the mist comes up from the tarmac surface, which is quite unusual. Yeah, we got to the second visit to Circuit de Lansard in Chrono last year, and Wesley went for a move, and not only did he lose positions, but I think he copped a penalty, and that started his season to unravel a little bit. And then Glenn came from a little bit further back to the point where he went, well, I've got a chance of winning this, and with one race to go, it went down to the wire, and he would end up becoming the Chrono Karting KZ2 Dutch champion for 2024. And also with it, he said he was thinking about hanging up the race overalls, but you know what? You can't keep a good racer down at all. But Wesley Duval's got on feisty. Oh, the little scamp. He's trying to put the frighters on Glenn. He's trying to say to him, well, yeah, we might be racing, but I want that third place more than you do. I really, really do. And this is new machinery. Well, Thierry's being told by one of his mechanics, Thierry, you don't need to worry about it. Like, the gap you've got is massive. Even I can understand that in mechanic speak, so to say. More to the point, well, looks like Baz Steen is definitely the cork in the bottle at the moment. He's currently running in 6th, one place behind William Klooster at the moment. Then Vandenhoek and Wesley Duval still battling away. This is for 3rd place at the moment. Thierry Del Rey, with just over 2 minutes to go, has got a 2.5 second advantage. So it is Thierry's race to lose, let's say. Speeds they are carrying across the line. And there goes William van der Kai. Finally breaks the deadlock on Neki Burhenit, who last year was running on CRG machinery. He caused a couple of problems at Kerpen, if I remember correctly, by just getting a bit too overzealous, let's say. You know, just a couple of incidents that Neki just unfortunately caused through, you know, just trying to push beyond the limits of adhesion and just sort of going through into shot. Wesley Duval nipping at Glenn Vandenhoek's rear tyres like a very, very noisy little Yorkshire Terrier at the minute. So he's like trying to bite at his heels and go, right, let me through. I'm faster than you, I know it. But we are coming down to the final minutes, plus an additional lap. Well, that's going to make it 3 for Thierry Del Rey, because he crossed the line with about 59 seconds to spare. And, well, he's put in another fastest lap. I mean, every single lap that he's put in has been the fastest of anybody. 53.137 this time round for the 703 from Belgium. Wesley Duval still on the coattails of Glenn Vandenhoek as our leader comes through into Chemin de Fer, down the gearbox. And there go the drivers in 3rd and 4th. Wesley seems to really, really be suited to this Maranello. I mean, he was running on Birrell Art machinery last year, if I remember correctly. Yes, it was. It was the white, red, and black of Ronnie Sala's brand. Ronnie Sala is one of the main people behind Birrell Art. but it is going to be 2 laps to go. Glenn Vanden Hoek, you've got to be careful. Have eyes in the back of your head, my friend, because someone is chasing you down. And Wesley Duval really keeping with him at the moment. 21 drivers, well, 22 drivers started when we were trying to get the Mexican wave done in the pit lane. Thank you very much to Luis from WFR for trying to instigate that, but it was a case of he left it too late, so we got the thumbs up, the big cone signs, and the OK sign shown by the drivers. So 0 on the timer, it strikes. And our race leader is coming through out of turn number 13 and 14 for the penultimate time. 1 more lap remains as Thierry Del Rey crosses the line and goes on to our 13th and final lap. It's unlucky for some, lucky for Thierry Del Rey, as he's definitely not hanging about. He wants to get to the start finish once again and take another win. Bit sideways there through turn 2 from Wesley Duval. There is Thierry Del Rey down into the braking zone. Ah, right. Someone has... oh, don't tell me. Have we had a problem with a couple of our drivers? Looks like Christian Paita. Well, someone was off the circuit, I believe. However, this man here, Thierry Del Rey, has remained unfazed, unchallenged, and unequivocally the cream of the crop right now over the crest. And it's again another win for Mr. Thierry Del Rey. Second, once again, Jeroen Vos. Third and fourth, Glenn Vanden Hoek and Wesley Duval. Fifth place is going to go the way of William Kluster. William van der Kai takes 6th place ahead of Bas Steen, Nekke Burhene, Yannick Quirainen, Sebastian Roda from Germany rounds out the top 10. Mickey Bertram, Martin Versteeg, Niels Koster, Nathalie Kreitz, Niels Böhler, Kevin Delcroix, Mark Verhoeven, Benno Ridder, Christian Preiter, Alexander Homerson, and Chris Vandenbroek round out your 21 finishes. Unfortunately, Eric Angenent unable to take the start, but Thierry Del Rey books his place on pole position for the KZ2 Master Final later on this afternoon. Up next, it's the last chance, it's the final chance, it's the second chance for 6 seniors to go through to the top 36 final, as their second chance heat is coming up after this. So now it is time for the last chance saloon for 6 drivers to get through into this top 36 final. Let's take you through the starting grid for the second chance heat for Senior Rotax. On pole position is going to be Sven Slagmoller, and Sian Van Vliet will be alongside on the front row. Nathan Marichal and Michael Petit will be on row number 2. Row 3 will be Philip Wisniewski, Rein van der Meer. Luca Brima and Flynn Fitters will be on row 4 with Steen Peters and Matthias Schantz on row 5, completing your top 10. Reimer van Beek and Michael Maastricht will round out row 6. And completing the 14 strong will be Dominic Schippers and Lex Quintens. So this race will take place over a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And the top 6 that might finish this race on the road might not necessarily be the top 6 that go through to the top 36 final later on, because after this we'll be going to the final stages of the competition with Mini and Mini Rookie, Junior, DD2 Masters. We'll have your Briefeld back in the booth for the KZ2 final, and we'll also have KZ2 Masters and Senior. The top 36 will bring the show on the track to a close here at Karting de Fan. A big thank you to everyone watching on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Do all those wonderful clicky things with the buttons on your mouse or on your trackpad if you're on a laptop. Or even if you're on a smartphone, you can click on your touch screen. Maybe even your tablet, you never know. So the red lights are on the gantry. Revs up, lights on, and that is, I think that's a full start. Full start's been called. Well, that means we're going to go around again, control, out and delete, reset, refocus. So we'll see how this all goes. And don't worry for you folks watching on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. Mr. Briefeld will be joining me at times during the Chrono Karting season for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Maybe even a bit of DD2, you never know. You never know. But here we go, second time of asking. So, revs up, lights on, and we are green. We're underway. And, well, looks like the outside line got the better run on that particular occasion. Well, actually, Sven Slagmoller looks like he might have gotten in. Oh, dear, off and grass cutting. Go 2 karts. One of which I think was the 360 of Flynn Fitters. Another one was a Sodi kart. So, let's have a look. That might have been Mike van Maastricht. So, Flynn Fitters and Mike van Maastricht in the 360 and the 309. End up grass cutting a la Valtteri Bottas, 2020 Austria, with a very expensive Mercedes front wing. However, at the moment leading the way is Sian Van Vliet. So, who is in second? Michael Petit in the 340, who's got Nathan Marichal just behind, along with Rein van der Meer. Philip Wisniewski is currently in P5. On the drop zone at the moment, Luca Brima in the 358. A lot of drivers will have to watch their P's and Q's on this one. As in cross the T's, dot the I's and get the car home. Oh! Dive and a hop there by the 338, gets through. And now it's put the cat amongst the pigeons. And Luca Prima, I think, is now in 5th place. Oh, couple of moves there. And Luca Prima has got to have a bit of a has just breathed a big old sigh of relief as we speak. And now, well, the 338 of Nathan Marichal has definitely got the elbows out at the moment, but has got behind Matthias Schanz in the 327, not too far behind either. Then there's the 371 of Stain Peters. Michael Petit now down in 8th. Oh dear. Not exactly how they wanted that race to kick off, let's say, shall we? So, Zem Knopfjes, when is DD2? About 3. Well, if you're, it depends on whether you're watching from the UK or whether you're watching in the Netherlands or whether you're watching in the UAE, because I know you and your dad Moritz have scarpered over there a couple of times. So, and Renata, thank you very much. Yes, we are going to have the Alex and the Obster show during Chrono Karting this season, the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, hopefully. Luca Prima, new fastest lap, 55.524. Now up 3 spots. Was outside of the top 6 when we got green just about 3¼ minutes ago. Lex Quintons has just gone purple in sector number 1, has gone up from last and is now running 8th. So there is a chance that Lex Quintons, who was at the back end of the field, could do a top gear from the rear to the top 6. If that happens, he's less than a second away from it, and he's just taken nearly 3/10 out of Nathan Marichal. So Marichal could be at the behest of the driver, as Rein van der Meer goes through for the race lead on Siem Van Vliet. Philip Wisniewski, I think, has just been passed, yes, by Luca Prima. Flynn Fitters has just gone purple in sector number 1. So that just goes to show how quickly a second chance heat, which I haven't commentated on one of these for quite a time actually, whereby it's been super heats, A's and B's over the last couple of years or so, but nice to have the second chance heat back in prominence here in some respects. 2 minutes and 18 still to go, plus an additional lap. And at the moment, well, Stain Peters is going to have to be very, very careful, because someone who's just recorded the highest top speed of 75.1 miles an hour, Lex Quintons, is on course for possibly going for a top 6 finish. Luca Prima gets through on Siem Van Vliet at turn 3 for P2. I think Quintons has already might have just gotten through, but I'm going to have to wait until they break the timing beam for the beginning of sector 3. And Lex Quintons is through. Quintons now through from the back of the field and is quite literally on the drop zone now. 1.5 minutes plus an additional lap still remain on the timer. Rein van der Meer leads by 4/10. Luca Prima second. Siem Van Vliet in third. Fourth, Philip Wisniewski. Matthias Schanz, and now in 6th position and is gunning for 5th. Lex Quintons has got the job done. Now through for 5th position as the Dams Racing Team driver. However, his bumper on the right side, on the rear, is precariously dangling towards the floor. And it might have dragged a couple of times, but it's not loose. Now change for the race lead at Chemin de Fer. So Luca Prima through on Siem Van Vliet. And this is on lap number 7. Through into Escargot. And Lex Quintons has ended up dropping down to 7th. Oh, that's not what he wanted at this point. Now, the thing is, I don't always see what's always happening outside of the commentary box. But the race is going to start now. 2 laps to go. Bremer leads Van der Meer, Van Vliet, Chance, Peters, and Fitters round out your top 6. Now make that Lex Quintons. Quintons now into 6th position, has just got past Flynn Fitters. Oh, kick up of the grass coming out of turn number 4 and into 5 and 6. That was Rein van der Meer, I believe. Right rear kicked up the, well, left rear kicked up the dust into the air. The timer has hit 0. So we've got one more lap to go after this. And it's anybody's guess, anybody's thought, who's going to be the top 6 coming through after this. One more lap to go, and Van der Meer was forcing the issue. Prima sternly defended and cut across the nose of the cart in front. Siem van Vliet, Matthias Schantz, Steen Peters and Lex Quintons now are in the top 6. Quintons has only got 2 tenths between himself and Flynn Fitters as we head down to turn 6 for the last time. Now, as I said earlier, the top 6 that cross the line on the road may not necessarily be the top 6 come the end of this race when everything has been confirmed and ratified. Turn 12 for the final time. Now up the hill. Full throttle applied on the right-hand side of the cockpit. And it's going to be Luca Prima that wins the second chance heat. P2, Rein van der Meer, Siem van Vliet, Matthias Schantz, Steen Peters, and Lex Quintons provisionally make it through. Lex Quintons was on the bubble so many times. So many times. Flynn Fitters finishes 7th and takes the fastest lap of the race. Nathan Marichal, Michael Petit, Dominic Schapers, Reimer van Beek, Mike van Maastricht rounded out the 12 finishers. Philip Wisniewski retires with 3 laps to go, and Sven Slagmola not opting to take part. That's your provisional results for the senior second chance heat. Now is the business end of the weekend. It's finals time. Up next, it's going to be Mini and Mini Max Rookie, the final.
zijn ermee bezig. Later starten.
So, our drivers for a mini rookie, well, Luis from WFR Live TV is getting them all to say hi to everybody at the camera. There is the 128, Sasha Al-Jabrail on the Haas chassis. Lewis Boots, the youngster from Falcon Racing in the 130. There is Noah Stayholder on the Kart Republic. And there is the 129, Tiger Holdhausen from the Netherlands on the Maranello. Ryan Rampadarath, youngster that was definitely one of the ones to watch in Mini Rookie last year. Now he moves to Mini. There is his teammate Victor Reitz with the colourful -27. Look, show us your gloves, Victor. There you go. Yeah, look at the intricacies of the helmet designs again. And another one that likes good old Tasmanian Devil. I can't do an impersonation. I'm not even going to try because it'll probably scare people. Well, I get Henry to do that when he's... you try and get Henry to do... You try and ask Henry Barrett to do something. He normally will do it. Greetings to the team over at Warden Law, by the way. Which Henry is currently at the moment. There is Matthias Verreken. Loving that the sticker kit really accentuating the aerodynamic properties of the front Nassau panel on the 154 Cosmic. But then also you got body in white front bumper. So I'm hearing in the background that we might have some developments occurring at the moment, so we are slightly... So we are currently under delay at the moment due to an ongoing situation that's under investigation by the stewards panel at the moment. So we are under a brief delay as we speak. Well, as we have a delay at the moment, we're going to go to a commercial break here on the live stream powered by WFR Live TV. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. Okay, so now it is time for the finals. And first up on the circuit as we speak are the Mini and Mini Rookie drivers. Let's take you through the starting grid, which will be as follows. Pole position will be in the hands of the 126 of Jeff Verbeek. Matthias Verstappen will be alongside on the front row once again. Leon Herbos and Victor Reutz, row 2. Klaus Hans and Ryan Rampadarath, row 3. Trent van Melk. Oh, sorry, it was Trent van Melk. I think it should be Lewis Boots and Trent van Melk, but it has changed quite a bit. So there is your grid according to the timing screen, rather according to the, what you see on your screens at the moment. So it's Jeff Verbeek, Matthias Verstappen, Leon Herbos, Victor Reutz, Klaus Hans, Ryan Rampadarath, Lewis Boots, Trent van Melk, Tiger Holdhausen, Jesse Moonen, Noah Stehauder, Jara Kivitz-Bosch. Looks like Lewis Boots is actually starting a bit further down, so Jara Kivitz-Bosch ahead of Lewis Boots, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Sasha Al-Jabrail. Tristan Abels doesn't look to have come onto the circuit at 109. Levi Phillips, Matthias Clever, Maxim Ramboa, Ivo Os, Dan Hillen and Mick Klinkers. Seems to be your grid on that one. So the revs will go up for the final. Lights are out. We are green and underway. Oh, well, looks like someone might have... Oh, no. We've had someone off. And that is Victor Reutz, who's been literally elbowed out of position. He was started on the inside of... Oh, dear, there's more calamity in this final. Oh, dearie me. That just goes to show how quickly things can change on a sixpence. And Victor Reutz got squeezed a little bit. I think he might have been between Ian Herbos and Matthias Verstappen. And then 3 into 1 didn't go. And Victor Reutz was on the receiving end of a spin around. 180 backwards into the barriers. But Victor Reutz, I'm waiting to see. I think he's going to be way back down the order. He is. The leaders are coming across the line. He's only just making it through turn 12, and he is right down at the back end of the order. That is a real shame for Victor Reutz, who could have been on course for a potential top 3, but whether that incident may be under investigation, not 100% sure. But first lap, turn 1, could be considered racing incident. Jeff Verbeek, in the meantime, is leading the way. Victor Reutz has got a mountain to climb in the next 8.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. He is 10.9 seconds behind our race leader, Jeff Verbeek. But the thing is that if drivers in front of Victor Reutz start to battle, what does that mean? All Victor Reutz has to do is pick them off one by one. But it's easier said than done. As the late great Murray Walker used to say, it's one thing catching somebody, passing them is something completely different. But Jeff Verbeek has got a lead of half a second and is the first driver in this race to go under 60 seconds. Leaders now heading through turn 4. It's the run down to Chemin de Fer via turns 5 and 6. Lewis Boots now ahead of Matthias Verdaeken. Boots has moved up from 7th and is now up to P2. Mick Klinker's on the move at the moment, up from 21st, now in 11th. Well, considering the fact that Victor Deutz is probably the best part of over 7 to 8 tenths of a second, at least, quicker than the drivers in front, there's an opportunity for him to gather some places. But how many places he gathers when he manages to clasp his way, kicking and screaming, to the end of the field in front of him. Ryan Rampadanath and Sven van Melk have gone into battle as Matthias Verdaeken sets the new fastest lap of the race, 59.668. Great move there by Rampadanath. If that all works out, that's going to be through into turn 4. And Rampadanath through the old Slim Shady round the outside. Brilliant work there by the 132. It was high, it was wide, it was round the outside. Rampadanath got the job done at turn 4 and said to Sven van Melk, hold my Capri Sun for me. Tygo Holthausen also factoring into this. But a great move there from Rampadanath, one of the moves of the day. And I think for Victor Deutz, he's got a real big mountain to climb. We're now nearly at the halfway point of this 10-minute plus an additional lap final. Matthias Verdaeken needs to get through on Lewis Boots. And he needs to do it sooner rather than later. Firstly, because Leon Herbose is closing in. And Lewis Boots has not got the pace, I think, to match Jeff Verbeek. He was down nearly a tenth, well over a tenth and a half in the opening sector. They're about to break the beam for sector number 2, and the gap was 6.5 tenths between first and second position. And Verdaeken, well, was the slowest out of the top 4 in that second sector. So Verdaeken is seeing the possibility of a race win not be squandered, not be compromised, but the fact that he's losing it because he's unable to get past. Maxime Remboer goes past Matthias Clever in the meantime. That's a change for 17th position. Victor Deutz is now picking up ahead of steam and is closing in on Dan Hillen. For this battle, it's curb hopping time, folks. Leon Herbose through the exit of Chemin de Fer. Lewis Boots on the run into the Piff Paff complex, heading into Escargot. Now the battle for second's really going to start heating up. Matthias Verdaeken looking towards the outside of Lewis Boots heading into turn number 1. Can't get through there, I'm afraid. Go by trying the old switchback. It would have been the case that Matthias Verdaeken would have needed to have been a little bit closer along, if I'm completely honest with you. Let's see. Dylan Henson going, go Levi Phillips. Levi now up 4 places from 16th on the grid, currently running 12th at the moment, so well done to that driver there. But look at these 3. You can't separate them for toffee. It's like putting an A5 sheet of paper over the 3 of them, and they all hide underneath. You can't. It's like they're joined at the joined at the sticker kit. I would say joined at the hip, but then that will probably not be quite comfortable for any of those 3. However, Herbose trying to put the frighteners on. Verdaeken up the inside of Boots. That's neatly done, as you like, through turn 1, and he. Verdaken's just like smacking the front of his helmet as if to say, oh, what were we doing? We've lost all that time. The gap is now 1.5 seconds, which means that Matthias Verdaeken, you've got to crank the volume to number 11 in the words of Spinal Tap. But Lewis Boots not letting the 154 get away. Far from it, is staying with him. As they go through into the final few corners on this circuit. So Matthias Verdaeken was fractionally quicker by about 8 1,000ths in the second sector in comparison with Jeff Verbeek. Now, can Verdaeken pull a gap over Lewis Boots and use that to propel himself forward? Gap now, 1.3 seconds. Verdaeken, I knew it was the case. I knew that if he was far too long behind Boots, all that speed that he has in that Cosmic might have just been released that little bit too late. 59.573. Matthias, okay, right, top 6. Jeff Verbeek, 59.660. Matthias Verdaeken, fastest lap of the race, 59.573. Lewis Boots, 59.792. Leon Herbos, 59.890. Ryan Rampadarath, 59.736. And Mick Klinkers, who's now up into 6th position, has just done a 59.678. You tell me how this one's going to pan out. Well, the way things stand, Jeff Verbeek is leading. This time, Matthias Verdaeken, well, did do a fastest lap last time around, but that lap was nearly 0.2 slower by 6 100ths. And that might have been the lap that has just decided who is going to win this race. Victor Reutz, in the meantime, is now up to 17th after multiple laps and hemorrhaging an absolute slack load of time. Victor Reutz could have been in contention for a top 3 in a visit to the podium and take home some silverware. But it's going to be a far different set of circumstances and a set of emotions for the 176, who started P4 and was dumped all the way down to last through an incidental accident. As now we go on to what will be, I think, our penultimate, well, which is going to be our penultimate lap of this race. And Ryan Rampadarath has got Mick Klinkers for close company. This could be when we see the top 5 be decided. Klinkers has come back firing on all 125 cc's, dives up the inside at Chemin de Fer and is through. That is 16 places in just over 10 minutes taken by Mick Klinkers. Comeback drive of the weekend by the 104. But it's going to be last lap this time around. Jeff Verbeek leads, going on to lap 12 out of 12. Matthias Verdaeken 1.368 seconds behind. Lewis Boots, Leon Herbos, Mick Klinkers, Ryan Rampadarath, Tiger Holdhausen, Klaus Hans, Sven van Merk and Jarakivitsbosch. But it is going to be a welcome way to round off a weekend at the sharp end, because not only is it going to be moving power, but up over the hill, Proficiat Jeff Verbeek, who wins round 1 in the final after 12 laps of racing. Moving power and Jeff Verbeek seal glory here in Marienburg by 1.4 seconds after 12 laps of racing. And what's more, it's a top 4 for Belgian drivers in this race. Matthias Verdaeken takes second, Leon Herbos makes it a 1-3 for Bouvin Power. Lewis Boots in fourth, but the drive of the weekend, the independent Mick Klinkers from stone dead last to round out your top five. Ryan Rampadara, Tygo Holdhausen, Klaus Hans, Sven Van Medic and Jarakiewicz wash around at your top 10. Noah Stayholder, Levi Phillips, Jesse Moon and Sasha Algebrail, Roland van Vlaanderen, Victor Reutz, Ivo Us, Maxim Ramboa will take the win in Mini Rookie, with Matthias Clever and Dan Hillen completing the 20 finishers, with unfortunately the 109 from Dams Racing. Tristan Abeels, a non-starter. But that's one final in the books, with Jeff Verbeek victorious. Next up, we go to Junior Max. Okay, we now head on to the Junior Rotax final, which will take place over 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Penalties were issued to Bodine Blankenberg, James van der Poel and Liam Hauger in the previous race. So the grid is as follows. Vince van der Holle and Lars Lambers on the front row. Boris Maximov and Jens Vermeulen on row 2. Lieke van Berkel and Lieke van Leer, who secured the fastest lap of the race, they ran out row 3. Thomas Verheyen, Max Siderski, Lucas Stodder and Bran van der Weken ran at the top 10. Boris Verhagen and AJ Bergeraff will start on row 6 ahead of Kimi Mai and Jo Drent. Vic van Kampenhout and Bodine Blankenberg round out row 8. Koen Willems and David Yates row 9, with James van der Poel and Justin Fonk rounding out the top 20. Lionel Munguia, Liam Hauger, Tristan Chase, Seb Terhorst, Tony van Leersum, Nick Plumers and Norden Engelsman will round out the 27-strong grid. So, Peter user going, go Bodine Blankenberg. So it will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry ahead of racing getting underway for the final time for these drivers. So give us a shout if you are in YouTube chat who you're cheering on. Kelly Barvoets going go Vince van der Holle. Jure Valkenaar, it looks like, is being cheered on by Dylan Hummel. So the drivers make their way up the crest through turn 14. Revs up into the tram lines. Lights are green. We're underway, and it's a scramble to the first corner. Oh, and that's a spin. Jens Vermeulen turns around backwards into turn 1. The 220, who started from the outside of the front row, has found himself spinning around backwards. Someone's off at turn 3. And that just goes to show how quickly this race can change on a sixpence. Livragi saying brum brum. Roy de Jonge saying let's go Boris Maximov. Well, Maximov now up into P2. Leading the way, it is van der Holle. So they're going to be making their way up the crest and across the line very, very shorty. One of my marshalling buddies, Kian Vissers. Hey Alex, greetings from home this time. Yes, hopefully catch up with you soon, buddy. And I hope you had a good time at a circuit quite recently, if I remember correctly, judging by your Instagram stories. Change for the lead at turn 3. Maximov through on van der Holle. And now look at the peloton. It is going to start growing significantly. Van der Holle does not need to force the issue. Neither does anyone in the top 4, because all of them are on same sticker kit. So what does that mean? That means Bouvin power. So Maximov leads. Second is van der Holle. Third is Lambers. Fourth is Lieke van Berkel. And she's been threatening all weekend long, and now she's trying to go toe-to-toe with Lars Lambers. Now it's the numbers game. They do say strength in numbers. Yeah, Kian, I'll see you at round two for Chrono at Circuit Park Berhem on the 13th of April. In around about 3 weeks' time. After a quick trip to Portimao. I'll talk about that a little bit later with you off camera. 9.5 minutes to go, and the battle lines for the championship season have well and truly been imprinted into the tarmac. Forget the sandy beach at the Golden Lakes in Fröschapelle, about 30 minutes away. We've got hard, uncompromising tarmac right now, and that's what is the battleground the scene for these competitors, these modern-day young gladiators, with engines by their right-hand sides, powering their chariots forward, as through on Lars Lambers goes the 228 of the young man who is nigh on dominant in a lot of competitions in Minimax last year and has brought himself into juniors with a bang. That person is Vince van der Halle. But when you look at the likes of someone with the experience, the savoir-faire, the compos mentis of one Boris Maximov, then you have to be on your A game. Let me tell you that much. And now change for the lead. Van der Halle through on Maximov on lap number 5. Okay. 9 carts are probably going to be in the lead train. So Maximov, they are right. There is someone who is just ahead of Boris oh no, Boris Maximov is going to lose hemorrhage places. He's dropped it. Oh, boy, it was second. Where is he now? He's 4th. Now, who is the cart in front of Vince van der Halle? There is a back marker up in front who's keeping out of the way. That's Jente Moonen. Well done, Jente. Well done for keeping out of the way. Jente has gone out of the way of everybody else and is going to be more than a lap down now, I'm afraid. Vic van Kampen out, Jente Moonen and Devrim Yater. Well, it's not been their race to remember. Blue flags being shown with the cross on it to Jente Moonen. But I can't say that I'm surprised that it might be just the case that Jente may just decide, you know what, I could continue in this race, but I'm not competitive. And people might say this is a cop-out, but in all honesty, I don't think it is. If I was in Jente Moonen's position, I go, do I really want to risk everyone else's race and cause a danger to not only myself but to them? That is a very, very crucial point. So Devin Yater out, Vic van Kampen out. As the field makes its way across the line to complete lap number 4. And, well, Vince van der Halle still leads the way. Lars Lambers second. Boris Maximov third. Max Siderski, Lieke van Berkel, Thomas Verheyen, Boris Verhaag, Luca van Leer, Lucas Dorder. That's your top 9. All round the outside at turn 3 was Lambers on Maximov, and Siderski went, hello, remember me. Up the inside he went at turn 4. And that's 3rd place. So, still plenty of this race to go. There is a battle. That was too wide going into, I think it was turn 9 at that point, and more to the case. But it may have involved Lieke van Berkel. Yeah, Lieke van Leer has gone up a position. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The Jaws music is now burning a hole in my left eardrum right now. Reason being, my friend Mad Max Siderski smells blood in the water. And we've got 5 minutes to go. Vince van der Halle, have you got eyes in the back of your head? Because you're going to need them soon, sunshine. You can tell it's been a long day in the office for all of us. We've all been here since very, very early. But the racing is what keeps our adrenaline pumping. And there has been some great racing all the way through today. We still have another 4 finals to go. We'll have the Obster, Briefeld in for KZ2. I don't know if I might persuade him to maybe stay and do KZ2 Masters. Who knows? But we'll see how things go. Nevertheless, Max Siderski has now got that gap down to just under 5.5 tenths of a second. So, Maximov. It's now back up into 4th place. So once they cross the timing beam for Sector 3, Van der Halle, Swiderski, Lambers, Maximov, Van Leer. That is your top 5 at the moment. Lieke van Berkel runs out the top 6. Further behind is the 285 from the Netherlands. Max Swiderski, let's not forget, started 8th on the grid. Hannes Uberfeld, let's go Kimi. Yes, Lendreus. Oh, the Kraft Motorsport boys are with us. Yes, they're cheering on the 250 Kimi Mai. Der einzige deutsches Pilot in dieses Feld. But Kimi doing a stellar job amidst stern competition. So coming up to 2 3/4 minutes remaining on the timer. And it is getting closer at the sharp end of the field. And, well, Max Swiderski is within lunge range, but he's bringing on some accessories to try and assault Vince van der Halle. I know it sounded a bit diabolical what I just said, but you now see there's no love lost. Luca van Leer just threw a haymaker up the inside of Lars Lambers with no warning whatsoever. Got the job done, as if to say, right, I've had enough of this. Let's go and win this thing, shall we? Well, we could have 3 more laps remaining as we speak. So, up over the crest come our leaders. Van der Halle leads, Swiderski second, Van Leer P3, Maximov, Lambers, Van Berkel, Verhaag, Verheyen, Stodder and Drent. That's your top 10. Van der Weyken now has the fastest lap of the race. And Jordi Schoenmakers comes in with, let's go, Luca van Leer. Van Leer on a push. Now into Chemin de Fer. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Luca van Leer just left it right up until the last second. Back end fishtailing to the left. Catches the left rear bumper on Swiderski's front right. And still gets through by a whisker. Incredible stuff by the 284 for Scott Swartz SR Solutions. 2 laps remain in this final, and Luca looked like Maximov tried to go for the dive bomb up the inside at turn 1 on Max Swiderski. Now, Luca van Leer at the last sector was just under half a second behind. There is about, I would say, 2.5 kilometres of racing left to go. And Van Leer was very late on the brakes. Behind Van der Halle into Chemin de Fer at turn 6. Now through Escargot. Timer expires now. Give us 1.5 kilometres. We could have a grandstand finale on our hands. Van Leer over the last 2 sectors has been just over a tenth quicker. 0.16 is the gap going on to the final lap between Van der Halle and Van Leer. But now here comes Swiderski. Swiderski up the inside, retakes second on the last lap through at turn 2. And that was repaying Luca van Leer for what happened at Chemin de Fer on the previous tour. But it's given Van der Halle the opportunity to scarper away. 3 kart lengths is the advantage heading into Chemin de Fer. And now the train coming out of turn 7 is more than just 2 or 3 karts. Maybe make that double. And now it's going to be a run to the line, because up over the hill, it's going to be double bubble for Bouvin Power. Vince van der Halle takes Junior Max Glory in the final by just under 0.2 of a second. Berger Bouvin and his team have come into 2025 and have said, we don't want to be just making up the numbers. We want to be successful. And when you just seen Jeff Verbeek, now Vince van der Halle, can it be possible that one team might score more victories in one meeting alone? It's the same with Jan Dams and his crew in BNL. We are seeing the Belgian teams come back kicking and screaming and saying we won't give up without a fight. Van der Halle wins after that race by just under 0.2 of a second. Sidursky, Van Leer covered by just under 0.4 of a second after that race. Was Maximov, Lars Lambers, Lieke van Berkel, Boris Verhaag, Thomas Verheyen, Lucas Dorder and AJ Berggraaf rounded out the top 10. Brand van der Weken, Jude Rent, Bodine Blankenberg, Kimi Mai and Tristan Shays round out your top 15. Liam Hauger, Lino Munguia, Nick Pluimers, James van der Poel and Justin Fonk round out your top 20. Tony van Leersum, Koen Willems and Norden Engelsman round out your 23 finishers, with Sepp Terhorst, Jenty Moon and Vic van Kampenhout and Devrim Yater retiring from the race. 2 for 2 for Bouvin Power. Will that continue? Because up next we've got DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's now time to get underway with our DD2 and DD2 Masters final 12 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing action. And the man of the moment so far, well, you might remember him from his GKS Lemons Power days with Thomas Stalver, but now with Shepherd's Racing, it's Len Noyes that starts on pole position. I still remember when that man was knee-high to a grasshopper. He's got Wout Kerstens from Combi Kart Racing Team alongside on the front row. Then it's SP Motorsports, Mika van der Pavert. He'll be joined by the fast Dutch lady driver known simply as Imke Arts. Nicolas Guillaume and Jesse Spans round out row 2 with Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Lawrence Harbaugh, who's another Bouvin power driver, rounding out the top 4 rows. Then row 5 completing the top 10, it's Kian de Brandt from Shepherd's Racing Service and SP Motorsports, Luca Neuenhausen. Milan Vroom, Wim Rouleau, Christoph Adams, Ton Weert, Gwen Bloxhill and Axel Hoos round out your 16 strong grid with Wim Rouleau, last year's DD2 Masters chrono karting champion. And the man, well, I mean, I've got Mr. Briefeld alongside me. He's going to spectate for this race whilst playing with his phone. Put it back in your pocket, young man. But the funny thing is, Christoph Adams, the most decorated Grand Finals champion, well, Grand Finalist in history. He's won it twice. He's represented the Dutch Lions. He's represented the Red Devils. And he's also represented the French tricolor of Team France. So, and it's always funny whenever his entrant name comes up. And when he first of all explained it to me, I went, that's why. All I'm going to say, it's not repeatable on this channel. Let's just say I've heard plenty of story about that man over the years, especially when it comes to Grand Finals. Henry Baudet is always my source of information for that one. But the red lights are on the gantry once again for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters final. Who will come out on top as we go? Revs up into the tram lines. We're green, we're underway, and a good start by Len Noyes. Mika van der Pavert slots in front of Wout Kerstens, so a good run by the younger brother of Ralph van der Pavert, who did at one point run with his brother at the same morning, but then moved to SR Solutions last year and found a happy medium. Oh, Vincent van Kerkhoffen gets a bit of a shove coming out of turn number 3. But Len Noyes doing the business early. He did a clinic, a masterclass of how to lead a race from start to finish and not, you know, just keep hitting your marks, keep hitting your apexes. You know what? Sonic, you pick up that microphone, because I thought you got here a bit earlier. We've had a couple of delays, but Len Noyes gave us a clinic on the last race of how to lead and keep your lead, but when you got someone as spirited and very, very hard charging as Mika van der Pavert, that can be a different category altogether, can't it?
Yeah, really. In the KZ we spoke about the young guns and young talent getting into new classes. I think Van der Pavert is a very good example for that. Of course, last year in seniors and before that in the smaller classes. Now moving up, and that's good to see.
Yeah, well, and then you have the very, very old guard, who some people probably think might need to be put out to pasture and retire, that being Christoph Adams. But Christoph has been one of the people that, yes, is a character. Yes, his choice of words at times can be a bit blue, but he means well, as we've just seen Wout Kerstens be passed by Nico Guillaume, and that now has set a bit of a chain reaction, because look, Imke Arts is getting stuck in, and she's no slowpoke either. And she's been competitive in DD2 and chrono karting for many a year.
Definitely. This year with Shapers, she's looking very competitive again. Also going from last year, she was up at the front a lot. So let's see where this race goes. We have a late move from Nicolas Guillaume in the last corner. So that is going to be a feisty fight this whole race long, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when you and I commentated on, you ended up coming into the DD2 and Masters for the DD2s as well. And we had Zem Klopjes, Axel Hoos, Nico Guillaume, and Imke Arts, they were all battling, all had a chance of getting the title. It went to them right at the wire. But I think the injection of a new talent, I mean, when you look at it, when we've seen the likes of Tom Braken and Enzo Vol, they went from juniors to DD2 with SP Motorsport. And now Tom Braken this weekend is actually doing Fun Cup. Oh, now that was a bit of a late lunge from Bouvin Powers, Lawrence Herbos on Imke Arts. But at that turn one, you know, you're pushing, what, north of 122 kilometres an hour, which is about, what, 75 mph? And you can really wind up to throw that kart round the inside. A quick question from my perspective: are you at full throttle going through that turn one?
We go full throttle going into the corner, but you have to make you have to brake a little bit to slow down.
Okay, so no sort of like lift and coast. It's more like
no
dab the brakes.
Yes, and but it's still a very aggressive corner, very wide asphalt, so that makes for some pretty opportunistic moves at some time.
And creative at times as well. But now, well, it's changed again. Len Nye's back in the race lead. We have completed lap number 4. 8.25 minutes to go. And, well, I'm noticing with the slipstream, it's not... Well, I mean, when you look at it in terms of speed differential, I think Nico van der Pavet had an additional, I think it was like 1 or 2 kilometres an hour. But that can make up about, what, 0.3 of a second if you're getting that kind of slipstream coming out of turn 12 and then through the pit path into turn 1?
Yeah, here at Marienburg with such a long straight and also with a head-on wind at sometimes, good slipstream can really shave off 3 or 4 tenths. Especially that's why in qualifying it's very important to find a good place on track, and that's why everybody waits in the pits also.
Oh, right, there's an old name I haven't seen in a while. Maxime Denix, former Shepherd's Racing Service driver, now with Aust Motorsport this year in the ADAC Prototype Cup Germany this year. Raced last year with Gebhard Motorsport, but then also had race legend Marco Werner as a driver coach last year. So you're going to hopefully catch up with him at some point soon. Well, Kirsten's just pumps in the fastest lap. He's currently running P3, but it's now that case of where you see like drivers like Len who have gone away from Rotax, and now we see up the inside he's just had the lead taken off him by Nico van der Pavet. But look
he
at
comes back. And
that
gives a ride to Wout Gersens.
I knew it. I knew it. As soon as you get through turn 8, it is possible to overtake. Now, I spoke with Thierry Leclerc earlier on, and he said, when we had the World Championships here in '99, yes, you can. And this, we're talking Super Formula A 100cc. But you look at the speeds these karts are doing now,
and he goes for the lead. Wow, what a move by Wout. I was talking to him beforehand this race, and he...
All I'm going to say is now, well, Nico Guillaume's just got the detention slip winging its way to him, black and white warning flag. You know what I was saying when Vince van der Holle came across the line and I said double bubble for Van Power? All I'm going to say is, did anyone expect Lawrence Herbos to start 8th and now be in contention with a possible race victory with half the race to go? I was thinking the only person that would sensibly bet on that would be Berger Bouvin.
Yeah, but it's great to see here the fight unraveling before our eyes. I was talking to Wout before the race, and he said he was looking forward to starting on the front row and making some nice moves. And I think he's definitely doing that right now.
Yeah. And now Len goes up the inside. Oh, he was sideways. He lost all that momentum. And that was going through turn 1. He clipped the curb with the right front tyre there. And now he's going to go back up the inside of Lawrence through at turn 3. Now, we know these drivers, so we do have an excuse on calling them by their first names. But it just goes to show that one wrong move, as Len Nye's just displayed, you clip the inside curb, and then all of a sudden it all goes wrong. What has gone wrong is that GKS's Vincent van Kerkhoffen is out of the race. I just saw his kart. That is on the infield from turn 5 to turn 6 at Chemin de Fer. And Vincent is at the nearby marshal post at safety. But we certainly got a race on our hands And more to the point, I don't think that Nicolas Guillaume is going to be too far away. Looking at the top 6, rounded up by Jesse Spans, nearly 2 seconds. Cover that top 6, which says to me, fireworks inbound imminently.
Definitely, I think we're again looking for some argy bargy here. But what really amazes me is that Wout is now 4 tenths faster than the rest of the field. He drove a 54.0 as the fastest time, and behind him they're running 4 tenths slower. So he may be looking to pull a big gap here.
Maybe he's been conserving his tyres through the pre-final. I mean, that's one of the other things that sometimes doesn't always get talked about in karting, because sometimes the racing is just so fantastic. You don't, as a commentator when you're running solo in the booth, you don't always have the time to talk about it. But with these Mojo D5 CIKs, they can be quite sensitive to some drivers overdriving them, you know, trying to over-rotate the car. You know, obviously with DD2, very much like KZ, is front and rear brakes, so you've got that additional pressure on the front tyres where you're braking, and if you're going a bit too hot and your steering is not exactly tracking true, you can actually scrub and flat spot those tyres a little bit as well, which means you get a bit of vibration under braking and also on the steering.
Yeah, and definitely when overheating and over pushing, you just run out of the tires way too fast and you don't have any of them left for the final. So you do have to think about reserving your tires, don't drive too many laps in qualifying, and you have to conserve your pace also.
Well, the qualifying side of things now goes out of the window because everyone's got to be out within the first minute as Lawrence Herboz tries to dive up the inside of Len Nice through for P3. But again, it's, you know, when we go to these longer races when the heat was only 7 minutes, the pre-final was only 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Now we're at that another 2 minutes. And it's always about, like you said when you spoke about earlier on, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck in. And that's what you want to hear from a racing driver. Like, I cannot wait to just go hell for leather! Oh, but Lawrence Herboz and Len Noyes come together. Len goes all 4 wheels up in the air. And it was nearly an opportunity for Karting Defang air traffic control to give Len Noyes takeoff clearance to launch.
Yeah, that really was a nasty accident. We saw Herboz punting his nose in, trying to make a move.
Yeah.
I think Len Nice didn't see that one coming, and that ended in disaster, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might get a possible investigation from race control. You know, the thing is, if it was like a first lap incident, and they may go, well, it's racing incident, they're pushing too hard, but when you get into, and there are yellow flags out now, going into turn 4 and 5. So who else has had a drama? No one else. I think it's probably with regards to Len, because the way that the kart got hit, he ended up actually as if he was going to go backwards up the track towards turn 4.
And this actually gave way to Nicolas Guillaume, who now finds himself in the 3rd place.
So Nico Guillaume not that far behind. So it equals the ledger a little bit here, so to speak. But Wout Kirstens, the Combi Kart Racing team, run by Willem-Jan van der Loos, will be looking on eagerly. And we both know Willem really, really well. And Combi Kart, another team that pride itself on using OTK machinery underneath. You know, well, has had some really, really... Oh, God. The names are coming out of the woodwork of the YouTube chat. Look at Thiel. Welcome along. I've had the Kraft Motorsport voice of Hannes Uberfeld and Lendrers in the chat cheering on Kimi Mai. Len's race has come to an end, but we've got this and one more lap to go. But this will be 3 in a row for, well, Benelux teams on OTK machinery. But Mika van der Pavert's going to have 2 laps. So we're talking, what, 2.7 kilometres of racing left to go. And now he's got to start thinking, right, what do I need to do to get past this vagabond in front of me?
Yeah, he's definitely pushing everything he has right now, the last 2 laps of the weekend. But I don't think he has the last bit of speed to get close to Wout's rear bumper. I'm looking forward to see how this unravels. In the meantime, we have the race behind stagnating a little bit. Nicolas Guillaume with a big gap behind him and a big gap in front. Looking comfortable on 2.
Yeah, so timer has hit 0 here at Karting d'Espagne, and we are coming to the final throws of the DD2 and DD2 Masters. Last lap board is being prepared on the start-finish line, and the 466 from Combi Kart Racing Team, World Kirstens, is going to start the final lap by over 4.5 tenths ahead of Mika van der Pavert, and it's Nico Guillaume versus Lawrence Herbose for what will be the final step on the provisional rostrum. And, well, Herbose has got a good lick of speed coming through turns 1, 2, now into 3. But Guillaume's got to keep that kart parked on its marks, going through every single apex, every single braking point, every single acceleration zone out of the corners.
Definitely. Also with the DD2 is a gearbox class with 2 gears. That allows you to even drive closer and to even defend more because you have an extra gear. So it is not really that flowing like a senior max. That allows for some pretty interesting racing.
Yes, indeed. So up over the hill, it's going to be a win for Combi Kart Racing, and Wout Kirstens takes the win in the final and wins it by just over 4 tenths of a second. And it's going to be a 2-3 for SP Motorsport, courtesy of Mika van der Pavert and Nico Guillaume. Lawrence Herbose, close, but no cigar, and plus an altercation, an accidental incident with Len Nyes, who was really doing such a great job. And you can see, well, sigh of relief, the head going back, as if to say, finally, I've done it. It means a hell of a lot, and I'm sure that we should see some great racing. And there he is, his teammate Axel Hoos, coming to congratulate him. And well, with Wout Kirstens winning in DD2, there are your provisional results. And well, Wim Rouleau, the current reigning and defending Chrono Karting DD2 Masters champion, takes the win in Masters. But this must be a big sigh of relief for this man here.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see Wout win here. Still very new to the DD2 class, but already performing very, very well. And I think he really deserves this win, definitely.
Well, stick around, folks. We still have 3 more finals to go. We go back to gearbox shifter action, as next up, it's KZ2, the final. Well, we take a return to 6-speed shifter gearbox action here at Karting d'Espagne International Raceway, as it's time for KZ2. Nearly 1,600 horsepower about to be released onto the circuit here at Marienborg for 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Fantastic. The king, la catégorie reine, as they would say in France, the top tier of karting globally. 33 drivers, as once again Alex Goldschmidt up in the booth, joined by your Briefeld, and 33 drivers post the pre-final. Several drivers did get hit with front-fairing penalties, which would have included Thomas Cypers, Sita van Meert, Manuel Ledner, Giovanni Witteveen, Matti Vandenbroek and Yannick Remmert, but Janti Borma was disqualified from the session after the kart was found to be under, well, it was saying that the The cart should have been 175 kilos minimum weight. Cart was found to be half a kilo under, and thereby Jelito Bournemouth was excluded from the session. But that is the man of the moment, Jens Trö, on the 6:01. Won the pre-final by nearly 2.6 seconds. And we just saw from him it was an absolute masterclass, and no one at the minute can seem to touch him.
No, he's definitely the man to beat. Treur very, very fast in the pre-final, winning with quite a dominant performance on a Croc chassis also, which we don't see as much.
True.
So that's good to see that also they found a very competitive setup.
Yeah, I mean, Croc promotion I've seen, like say with Carly Atkins winning the Iami Warrior finals a couple of years ago in Valencia. Croc always have been very, very strong when it comes to TM or Iami power, especially when it comes to X30. But then, you see people like Tommy van der Stroy making an alliance with Power Racing. They run William van der Kai, who's also been very strong in KZ2 Masters. We'll see. I still remember when William was running in DD2 all those years ago when I first joined the Benelux region of championships, when I started with BNL back in 2018, and that has evolved in working with Karting Genk and the team there. But you can... What is... I mean, even though body language tells 70% of the story, what can you see? What can you see by what Tommy is possibly visualizing going into this race?
Yeah, before the race, there's running a lot through your mind, but you have to filter it out and you have to concentrate. And the less you think about it, the better it goes. Of course, you have to suppress your nerves a bit, because definitely in KZ, when you warm up the tires and you go stand at the start, everybody revving their engines, it's quite nerve-wracking, so to say.
Yeah, we did have a KZ2, so like hand waves and thumbs up and all that kind of stuff. We won't have enough time to do that here today for KZ2, but we've got nearly 1,600 horsepower. It's really funny when, what was it? I was doing a lot of sim racing commentary, and we were doing GT3s, and we had like 33 cars on the grid, so I was like saying, we got nearly 16,000 horsepower. But when you look at it contextually, with regards to these karts, as now everyone's going to... We're just hoping that Martin, Tommy's dad, does not nearly take out Luis like he tried. He nearly accidentally did earlier on, as we see the recovery vehicle provided by Garage Duval, of course, part of the Duval family set of businesses. Of course, Antoine Duval, one of the drivers in one of the championships. But here we go. Let's take you through the grid for the KZ2 final. 33 drivers set to go into battle over 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Front row, Jens Trö and Tommy van der Stroy. Jeffrey Fixer and Kevin Stehauer, row 2. Daniel Tenbach, Robin Glirum, Manox Wirtz, the highest of the German contingent here this weekend. Head of Renzo Alibax, Armin Piela, Tim Schott for the DAP TV racing team, Thomas Cypers and Frederick Zebis. All starts on row 6. Sita van Meert and Maurice Klein for CRG Germany. That's row 7. Dirk van Siftout and Kevin Wagner. Rick Mewers and Julian Kamen, row 9 with Eric Vess for Kutchop Amping. And Mach 1 Motorsports, Emmanuel Nye round out your top 20. Nick Landgraf, Oscar Steinbach, Manuel Lettner, Jiro van Duvenvoort, Ryan Kivitz-Bosch, Giovanna Wittwin, Matthew Vandenbroek, Yannick Hemmert, Jody Molema, Nelson Berghaus, Milan van Winden, Ruben Wilk and Jelito Bournemouth round out your 33-strong grid. Antoine Duval is actually the son of François Duval, ex-WRC driver, who his family run here. Antoine's been cutting some waves in X30 Juniors last year. Really looking forward to seeing how he gets on this season. But of course, the DKM makes its first ever trip to Marienborg in about, I think it's 4 weeks, because I'm here commentating on that. So I'm going to see quite a few of these drivers that have thought, well, we'll get a... I think in some respects they go like, yeah, test weekend. Nah, let's go for a race weekend. There's something scheduled. And that's what I love about the fact of KZ2, that drivers will go anywhere where there's an opportunity to race a track for the first time and get acclimatised to it.
Yeah, now we see a big turn up for the Dutch Championships. So I think we're gonna have a busy season ahead. I mean, a field of 30 drivers in KZ is really is amazing. Yeah? So looking forward to seeing more of that this season.
I was kind of hoping Marcus Kayak would have come here, the current DK and reigning champion, because obviously SRP have now switched to Formula K for 2025. They were aligned with Maranello for so many years. I mean, Fabio Federer, I had the pleasure of meeting that man back in 2019 at Rissington for KZ2. It was his one-off appearance, and he went on and blitzed the field, but they were like pushing 95 miles an hour down the back straightaway. Because at Rissington you have this part called the boot. They go for KZ and gearbox. You do not go through. You come out at the top part of the circuit, you've got a right-hander, and it is literally, you are up the gears quicker, you can say the word jump, and you're pushing 145. You're like, how do they break inside? But yeah, I mean, it's great to see 33 drivers. So if you are on this grid at this moment, what would be your warm-up procedure for the kart itself?
For the first lap we always have warming tires, and now in the formation lap, first gear, accelerate down up to the second gear, then brake again, because you want to heat the tires by braking. If the front brakes get hot, it will heat up the tire from the inside. So that's why you see a lot of KZ drivers accelerating and then de-accelerating, accelerating and then de-accelerating a lot in the formation lap.
Yeah.
Just to get that extra heat, because you must not forget that now Treur is on the line, but still half of the field has to line up, so his tires are already cooling. That's why it's very important that you heat up the tires enough that the first lap were hot and heavy.
Have you noticed how Tommy van der Stroys has just done a Max Verstappen? He's pointing to the apex of turn 1. It's a bit like Shanghai earlier on today, I'm sure, but I haven't watched the Grand Prix, so I don't know. However, 32 karts. Jori Mollema not taking part in this race. Oh, now who is that? That's one of the Hamza Racing karts. We have not got... Now that kart is being pushed away. Well done to that driver, pushing that kart out of the way. Now that that kart is out of harm's way, green flag at the back. And for the final time, it's ready, set and go for KZ2.
Oh, it's a terrible start from Treur. Kevin, a fixer, and Tommy making a pass. It's going to be a difficult one for him.
Wow, that was just like literally hold your breath, wait, and release the dogs. And Van der Stroys is leading the way. 3 wide going into turn 3 for the first time. Oh, and someone gets a big old snap of opposite lock. That was one of the Maranello chassis, that Giro van Dirvenvoorde, that has pushed that kart to the side. Great work by Giro to move that kart out of the way to give everyone else the opportunity for a clean start.
Yeah, Steauer looking very feisty now, right at the back at Fixer. He's had a good speed all week long, so he may be looking for a podium here.
Yeah, he could very well do so, but that is dependent on whether Kevin Steauer can really close on that gap. But it's Birrell versus Croc Promotion at the sharp end of the field. Tommy van der Stroys leads after the opening lap after a disastrous start from Jens Treur. Van der Stroys had psychological tactics employed with putting that kart with its nose pointing towards the apex. Fixer briefly looking up the inside of turn 3 as they go through at turn 4. Lift off, brake, turn, rotate, accelerate out of the corner, and you are at full velocity. Hard on the brakes. The back end trying to step out to the left-hand side for Van der Stroys through turn 6, but he manages to keep a hold of it. It's a big learning curve going from senior Rotax last year to KZ2, a completely different discipline, but the same modus operandi is employed. But you've got, as you said, so much more to concentrate on, and it's so ballistically...
Oh, I think Treur makes a move
he
there
did.
for first.
Yes, he did. He got him. That was a great move by Jens Treur.
It did not take him very long.
No.
I'm beginning to suspect he may have been saving in the pre-final because he's looking very fast now in the opening stages of this race.
Yeah, I think he knew that if he had a bad start, he could counter it. And that's exactly what he's done. Ruven Vilk has shot up the order like a cat off a hot tin roof, up 12 places from 32nd on the grid and is now running 20th. Jeffrey Fixer now putting the frighteners on Tommy van der Stroys, who is at the moment not buckling under the pressure. And more to the point, Milan van Vinden up 7 places from 31st.
Oh, and he goes for the move in the last corner, and that allows Steehouwer to also get past. Tommy van der Stroys losing 3 places in the last corner.
Yeah, it's quite easy for that to happen. Now he defends, as that's Robin Glerum and Maddox Wirtz from Germany closing in. They've also got Renzo Alibax for the Hamza Racing team, not that far behind. So Van der Stroys just really having to fight a battle which he probably now knows that he's going to end up losing a little bit more. But Glerum has started to scarper away from Jeffrey Fixer. The gap at the last intermediate was 0.86 of a second, and it could be north of a second by the time we complete lap number 4. But Jens Tur, once again, the minute he hits the front, it's like no one else has an answer. Fixer, Steehard, Tenbach, Alibax, Van der Stroys, Glerum, they all don't have an answer. It's like Jens Tur has been reignited with this electric speed on the croc that everyone else is going like, how the hell did they unlock that?
Yeah, Jens and his mechanic Jeroen are really seeming to have a good package here, and no one seemingly able to catch up.
Well, as you say that, Jeffrey Fixer pumps in the fastest lap of the race, 53.045 for the 6.05 for the Maranello crew. But Van der Stroys now has got Robin Glerum with Stampex hand-me-down. This is a tradition in SP Motorsport, folks. If they don't have a suit, if they don't have their race suit ready for you, you normally get a Stan or Yorit hand-me-down.
Yeah, they confused me earlier this weekend, but it turned out to be Robin Glerum. Just after the team switch he had, going from Power to SP. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that goes for him this season.
Yeah.
Actually, he's really putting the pressure on Tommy. So he seems to have found some good speed after the pre-final, where he had, of course, the problem with his rear bumper after some...
Yeah, I think he was quite lucky that he didn't have any dramas with that, but I think the main thing was the bumper was still attached to the cart, so it wasn't loose. The bolts hadn't been broken, like the washers and the bolts hadn't been broken off, so it wasn't dragging on the ground. So I think it was just an unfortunate contact incident, and it didn't affect him that much. But now that the bumper's been either replaced, well, it more than likely would have been replaced, because structurally that rear bumper, if you stuck it on the grid like it was at the end of the last race, then they probably would have said, no, that's no brainer, you are not putting that on the grid.
Exactly. Steehouwer seemed to have found a little bit of more pace. He's looking very quick. Now actually catching up a tiny bit with Fixer the last lap, as he sets the fastest lap of this race. A 52.743.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have Glerum going up.
Oh, and Van der Stroys!
First Van der Stroys.
Steering
that's
damage.
a shame.
Yeah, that's
a
steering,
shame.
That's steering damage for Van der Stroys. Glerum, back axle up in the air. Possible bend in the back axle. That's a real shame. But the thing is,
I mean, with margins this small and it feels so close together, of course there's going to be racing incidents. But this really is a pity to see Van der Stroys having to retire this race.
Well, the thing was is that Glerum and Van der Stroys were side by side going into turn 2, and the sidewalls were catching. And it was only going to be a matter of time before they interlock wheels, and Robin just decided to send it through on the inside of turn 3. And then that pushed Bommy out onto the exit of turn 3 anyway. And then grass tracking, Tommy comes back on, hits Robin from behind. Robin's back end goes up in the air, and it damages the right front steering on Tommy's car. So there's nothing that Tommy can do apart from being a passenger, which is a shame. Jeffrey Fixer now has got that gap down to under 6/10. We've got a race on our hands here. 52.540. By the number 605 on the Maranello chassis. Jens Tur is going to have to watch his back bumper like a hawk. I hope he's got eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah, in the first few laps he seemed again very dominant, but now Fixer and Steehouwer do a very good job catching up and keeping him in eyesight.
When you consider the fact that before all of this we've had, we've got the LeConte tyres on the KZ2s, we've got the Mojos on all the other categories, so it happens where you get Mobil 1 Super Cup at Monte Carlo, and then you've got Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 1, all on Pirellis. And what do Mobil 1 Supercup Porsches use? Michelin. So you've got this intermixing of different rubber compounds. So sometimes that can be a help for some drivers, sometimes that can be a hindrance, depending on their setup. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. There is the battle for 5th place between Germany's Maddox Wirtz in 6th in the 641 and Renzo Alibats on the Hamza Racing Team chassis. Very new team to the world of karting, but still has a bit of a, in terms of the livery, has a bit of a flair of the old CRG Holland livery to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does really seem recognizable. But they seem also to have a good package. The team is growing a bit further and further, and it's nice to see their team gaining more traction.
Exactly, and hopefully that is what Lorenzo Alibats, who ran on CRG machinery last year in the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, did some great moves at Kartclub Kuip in the DF last year, and also at other tracks over the course of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship season. They are back in action on the 13th of April at Circuit Bad Berghem, which back in the early 1990s hosted the FIA European Championships for karting. So there is a little bit of history there as well. So, I think it's one of those tracks that is a hidden gem. You know that when they say like something can look a little bit rough around the edges, like say the buildings and everything, but you look at the track and you go like, I looked at it for the first time and went, never had I seen, you know, you come out of the final corner and you get this dip going through into the right left. But yeah, looks like Maddox Wirtz is putting pressure on Renzo Alibats, and Daniel Tenbach's like thinking, come on guys, keep battling, I just want to hold on to 4th.
Yeah, but what you said earlier about the different tracks, such as Bergen or Marienburg, it's nice to see a variety of tracks where you have to use different techniques. For example, Genk and Marienburg, very fast and flowing tracks, and then we have Bergen, which is a little bit more traditional.
Yeah, so not too sure if I'm going to see part by the side of the road possibly, but looks like everyone is tracking at the moment. So Van der Stroys and Glirum both retired. Van Duivenvoorde and Mollema out as well. So Emmanuel Mai is the last of the classified drivers. 29 out of the what would have been 33 starters ended up being 32, and Van Duivenvoorde's kart being unresponsive. I think it just broke down when everyone got into position, but Jens still holding on to a lead of just under half a second. And looking at the lap times between him and Jeffrey Fixer, they are matching each other on pace.
Yeah, only 2 thousandths between them last lap. Very, very close.
Looking at the intermediates, Fixer's losing out on the first sector by just under half a tenth. Then he nearly equalises then out through sector 2. So it's like a pendulum swing. It goes one way, then it goes the other. One way, then the other. And now you can see the, as we like to call in karting, the human DRS, when you stick your head as far as you can without compromising your visibility. And you've done that a few times in your career as well. Because we know that karts can be aerodynamic to a point, but they are nearly as aerodynamic as a brick.
Definitely, and with a driver as tall as Fixer, you see already the difference between Fleur and Fixer. He really sticks up above the steering wheel, and that is a big aerodynamic disadvantage. So that's why ducting really helps. And it also shows that Fixer is really, really pushing here and trying to shave off every little bit in order to get Fleur.
Yeah, he's lost a tenth in sector 1 of Jeffrey, to be completely honest with you. The gap was 3.3 tenths of a second. It went up by 0.11 of a second. And now we go on to 2 laps remaining. Lap 13 in the books. Total of 15 laps of racing. And Jeffrey Fixer on that final sector nearly got a tenth back out of him. Yellow flags at turn 3, and we've got now where have we got another one? I did see another one a little bit further round. So it's turn 3.
I believe to see that's a Birrell suit walking on the grass. I can't really see who that is.
Dirk van Sifthout and Kevin Wagner I've just seen tumble down the order. So it could be those two. They are not running according to the because we're using Apex timing, and you normally have the red bar underneath. But we are now going to go on to our last lap of this race. And, well, Jens has done enough, I think. If Jeffrey Fixer was within maybe 10.5 to 2/10.
Then he could have pulled off a move, but now
Yeah.
he's too far behind. And if Treur just makes no big mistakes, then he can drive this one home.
Yep, so 15 laps will be in the books at the end of this race. And Jens is now making his way down through turn 5 into turn 6 at Chemin de Fer. Jeffrey Fixer trying to close that gap as much as he can. He lost half a tenth in the opening sector on this last lap. He's lost time again in sector 2. And it's now 7/10. That is more than comfortable. That is more than enough. Out of turn 12. Now up the gearbox. Pull it all the way up to 6. Up the hill for the final time. It's the clean sweep for Kroc and Jens Treur. Treur takes domination here at Marienburg in KZ2. With Fixer and Stehauer rounding out your top 3, winning margin 0.675 of a second. Jens Treur, you have more than earned your stripes. You have shown that everyone is a marked individual in the world of KZ2 for 2025.
It's really good to see this performance from Jens. The pre-final he won very dominantly, but now in his final we also saw that he can fight himself back after a bit of a poor start. But in the end he came through, and with reasonable margin he also won this one. So that's very good to see. And not only the speed is good, but the racecraft is there.
So provisional finishing order: Jens Treur takes the victory in KZ2, the final, ahead of Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Stehauer, Daniel Tenbach, Renzo Alibax, Maddox Wirtz, Armin Peerle, Thomas Seipers, Mick Landgraf. From Germany, up from 21st to finish 9th, ahead of Tim Schott, who completes the top 10 with Julian Cameron, Sita van Meer, Frederick Zebis, Manuel Lettner, Rick Mewes, Ruben Wilk, Maurice Klein, Milan van Winden making up 13 places, Wilk making up 16 places, with Giovanni Vittavin and Jelte Bulmer rounding out the top 20, making up 13 spots. Eric Vess, Oscar Steinbach, Ryan Kivitz-Bosch, Matthew Vandenbroek, Yannick Remmert, Emmanuel May, and Nelson Berghaus being the last of the 27 finishers, with 32 starting the rest. We lost Dirk van Sifthout, Kevin Wagner on your screens. You see the incident that took out both Robin Glirum and Tommy van der Sloys, with there being our race winner, Jens Treur, taking the victory. Robin Glirum and Jiro van Groentewater retiring, with Johnny Lenna out of the race. Next up, it's KZ2 Masters, the final.
Difficult, even for me.
18 races down, 2 to go, and this time it is going to be the KZ2 Masters final. So, starting from pole position, it's going to be Thierry Del Rey, who will be joined by Jeroen Bos. On the front row of the grid, Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal will continue their battling between themselves on row number 2. Row 3 is William Kuster and William van der Gaai, with Bas Steen and Nicky Borgene rounding out row 4. Yannick Greinen and Nicky Bertram round out the next row, with Martin Versteeg joined by Niels Koster. On row 6, Sebastian Horder and Natalie Keitz. Complete row 7, Niels Böhler and Kevin Delcroix. Complete row 8 with Mark Verhoeven and Ben O'Hida. Row 9, Christian Peiter, Chris Vandenberg, Alexander Homerson and Eric Angenen complete the 22-strong grid. After this, we'll have the senior top 36 final, deciding who will be on the top step of the podium. We do also now have confirmed results for Mini Rookie, Mini and Juniors. A big thank you to the fact that we had nearly 300 people watching the pre-final and final live stream content on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. Big thank you to everyone that has been watching so far. To the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters will return to action at Circuit Park Bergen in the Netherlands on April the 13th, 2025. So just over 1,000 horsepower will be released when the lights go out for one final time. Here at Karting de Fagnes, we've got the Senior Rotax Top 36 final. There were some changes post the second chance heat, but now we are down to this moment here. Green flag at the back, and for the final time, revs up. We go green here in KZ2 Masters. Great start by Thierry Del Rey, leading the field into turn number 1. Jeroen Bos in hot pursuit. Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal not that far behind. Wesley de Waal looks to have gotten up into P3 already. And oh, we've had a multi-cart incident on the front straight away. Oh dear, Sebastian Horder, Bas Steen, Niels Böhler and Christian Breiter. Oh, red flag. Red flag has just been called within the first 30 seconds. So, red flag. So, completely understand. So, oh, the 769 is an absolute mess at the front end. With the Virulart, the back bumper askew to one side. So 4 drivers involved. There's the 762 of Mark Verhoeven, who didn't even get going. So red flag has been called with 11 minutes and 33 seconds. So 27 seconds in, a multi-cart incident on the right-hand side of the start-finish straight causes a multi-cart collision. One of our medical crew is over with looks like Sebastian Horder at the moment. So we will have a delay at this moment in time. So red flag has been called. We may have a full restart. So Red flag with 11 minutes and 33 seconds plus an additional lap of the KZ2 Masters final means that we do have a further delay to proceedings.
Goldschmidt no ar.
So after a big incident on the start-finish straight, we are under a full restart condition here at Malingborg for the KZ2 Masters final. Set to take place over 12 minutes plus an additional lap. So not starting on the grid will be Sebastian Roder, Niels Berle and Mark Verhoeven. So it will be the case of the drivers getting their tyres warmed and primed and ready for their final race of the weekend. Bit of a sudden and very hefty incident. Thierry Del Rey starts on pole position. He lines up on his grid position and pointing towards the inside of turn 1. Jeroen Bos for SP Motorsport lines up on the front row. So we will have 19 drivers take the start. So green flag at the back, red lights are on, the revs rise. And we are green, and it's a good start by Jeroen Bos. Thierry Del Rey gets mugged. Going into turn number 1, and he's already down to 3rd as they head into turn 2. Oh, ho, ho. That was Natalie Keitz in the 777. Ending up backwards going into turn 1. And now there are battles left, right and centre. The 777 trying to get on terms with, I think, the 742 of Martin Versteeg. But leading the way, it's Jeroen Bos, 2nd position. It is Glenn Vandenhoek in the 701. Thierry Del Rey in P3. I expect him to stay there for that long. He'll be chomping the bit saying, right, okay, I need to get past them. Then we have got Wesley Duval. William van der Kaaij rounds out your top 5 as Thierry Del Rey slots in behind Glenn Vandenhoek up the hill over the line and was 47 thousandths behind across the line, but the top 3 covered by a 10th and a half. Jeroen Bos leads the way. This is going to be an endurance test for the man that's been out on the sidelines for 4 months. No karting, no physical exercise. Was on crutches after he had surgery on his right knee, and thereby came back and has given us something to think about. And also, by the way he pointed his car, very reminiscent of what we saw with Tommy van der Sluis in the KZ2 final just a few moments ago. 10 minutes and 15 to go, plus an additional lap. William van der Kaaij makes it a quintet at the front end of the field. The peloton starts to grow a little bit, but Jeroen Bos leads the way over the line to complete lap number 2. Leads by just under 0.17 of a second. And, well, Glenn Vandenhoek, 137.8 kilometres an hour across the line in the slipstream. Thierry Del Rey was only 0.2 of a kilometre an hour slower than him, but was in his slipstream. And now, well, there's the experience coming into play. Oh, Del Rey dives at the last moment up the inside of Glenn Vandenhoek. Through at turn 4, gets the job done. Fantastic stuff there by the 703 for TD Kart. He gets through, gets the job done, and now the chase really begins. So now the opportunity arises that Jeroen Bos has got a shark preying down on him, and that is Thierry Del Rey. They both wrestle with the steering wheels going through T1. Del Rey in the wheel tracks of the 798 from SP Motorsport. And Del Rey, new fastest lap of the race, 54.428. Through into turn 4 again. Oh, the front end was jumping up and down like a pogo on a string for Thierry Del Rey coming out of turn 4. The left front wheel hit the inside curb and it bounced the back of the front axle up and down. Not too high though, thank goodness. Unlike William van der Kaaij in the previous race, who I thought was possibly going to wheelie it like a dragster. A bit of loss of momentum coming out of Escargot for the 703. But despite the fact the tallest person in that quintet at the front is the man at the back of the train, William van der Guy, who's at least, I think, 6'5", possibly. But Buzz Steen did take the restart, however, unable to carry on and has retired from the race. A real shame for Buzz, who was due to start on the inside of row number 4 in 7th position. Into Chemin de Fer again we go. Late on the brakes and then some was Thierry Del Rey. He's done a pretty good job keeping Jerome Boss under pressure. Del Rey purple across the board in sectors 1 and 2. Now into turn 12 they go, as we are about to complete lap 5. Over the crest and over the line. Wesley Duval dives up the inside and clatters into Glenn van den Hoek. Oh, that was not going to work. Glenn was turning in, Wesley went for it, and they came together. Oh, it was going so well up until that point. And Glenn van den Hoek finds himself a passenger after the slightest contact with his side pod at over 110 kilometres an hour. And at that point, you are a passenger, I'm afraid. But the battle at the front end of the field continues unabated. Boz versus Del Rey. Gap 0.12 of a second between them. Van der Guy, if anyone might remember his drive in the wet at Circuit Berghem last year, it was masterful. It was under fading sunlight. And he made sure his intentions were clear. But now the thing is, I don't know how that incident between Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley Duval will be interpreted by race control. If that gets investigated, then who knows? Glenn van den Hoek is all the way down in 16th place. And, well, considering the fact he lost the best part of well over 20 seconds after that incident, he got going again. Now, we've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We are on lap 8 of this race. Now, Jeroen Bos has made it to what we had last time on the previous race. Now, it's a further 2 minutes, so it's going to be 15 laps. Maybe 16. We did 13 on the previous. But Jeroen Bos at the moment with the best part of just under 5 minutes to go still leads. But from my perspective, how I'm looking at this, well, Wesley Duval dives up the inside at turn 2. In the meantime, on William van der Guy, that's the change for P3. Jeroen Bos, 53.587. New fastest lap of this race. So, we have lost Kevin Delacroix, Martin Versteeg, Buzz Steen. Before the restart, obviously the multi-car incident and possible technical issues for Mark Verhoeven, Niels Böller and Sebastian Horder. Horder's kart was an absolute second-hand mess, I'm afraid to say, with the front Nassau knocked off its steering, completely destroyed on one corner, and the back end a shadow of its former self. But Jeroen Bos is coming under pressure. Thierry Del Rey is now waiting for his moment to strike. And at the moment, with 3.5 minutes to go, he's just going to do what's sensible. And the safe option, safe being the operative word, is to wait until that window is so wide in terms of opportunity that you only need to make one slight move and that opportunity becomes yours and it's handed to you on a silver platter. That is exactly what Thierry Del Rey does. It's how he operates. He's shrewd when it comes to that kind of thing. So by keeping Jeroen Bos in front of him, it means that Thierry is having to do less work. The kart's burning less fuel. Yes, there's going to be dirty air over his kart, but you look at it from this perspective. Thierry is able to brake later, able to accelerate earlier out of corners. Wesley Duval now P3, who has got a lead of just over 0.8 of a second, make that 0.9 of a second over William van der Kay for P3, is starting to pull away. In the meantime, Natalie Keitz has moved up into 10th position, having got past Benno Ridder for that position. So just seeing these two at the front end of the field, just putting the lap times in. 53.534 for Jeroen Bos, 53.539 for Thierry Del Rey, lapping within 5 1/1000ths of each other. The way that they just approach turn number 4. Nice little exchange between the pair, but Thierry, I'm sure, will decide in the next few seconds, not the last lap or so, the next few seconds, to go for the move that will then decide that he is the race winner and also the winner this weekend in the final. Through turn 12 we go. We are going to have 3 more laps of racing. So lap 12 now completed, 3 to go. I would imagine that if Thierry gets close enough with 2 laps to go, then he'll pull the trigger. So Wesley Duval, currently still in 3rd place, puts in the new fastest lap of the race, 53.432. As Thierry Del Rey is now the menacing shark who smells blood in the water. The man from TD Kart is right with Jeroen Bos, and that gap is minimal. It's half a kart length at best out of turn 11. Now the run through 12. 2 more laps remaining, giving us a total of just over 2.7 kilometres. And Thierry Del Rey has been sizing it up because he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 53.411 by the man from Belgium. Down into Chemin de Fer for the penultimate time. He's now really like a coiled spring waiting in the wings. Is Thierry Del Rey through Escargot. And now it's going to be the run across the line. Can Thierry Del Rey close in on Jeroen Bos coming across the stripe as we head up the hill for the final time? Last lap in KZ2 Masters starts right now. 0.118 was the differential between Jeroen Bos and Thierry Del Rey as they head into turn 2 for the final time. Nigh on bumper to bumper. Will Del Rey go for the move? No, Jeroen Bos closes the door through turn 3. Now into 4. Corners are fast running out. Thierry Del Rey has got to do something special, something magical to get one up on Jeroen Bos, and it won't happen at Chemin de Fer. Now through into the Piff Paff section. Heading into Escargot for the final time. Del Rey is nearly there. He's close, but at the moment it's not quite a cigar. Turn 12, then it's the run up the hill for the final time. Drag race to the line. The checker is out this time. Thierry Del Rey won the heat and the pre-final. Jeroen Bos takes the spoils in the final by 67 thousandths. Jeroen Bos kept Thierry Del Rey guessing. And that is how you come back to win the final on debut. You can see how much it means to the man from the Netherlands. It was like the Tasmanian devil on the back of his race helmet was his guardian angel, and after nearly 20.5 kilometres of racing, Jeroen Bos wins it by 67 thousandths of a second. Thierry Del Rey and Wesley de Waal round out your provisional top three, with William van der Kaaij, Nicky Berhenne, Yannick Kwijnen, Mickey Bertram, Niels Koster, Eric Angenent, and Natalie Keitz rounding out your top 10. Benno Ridder, Glenn van den Hoek, Alexander Hommerson, Christian Breiter, and Chris van der Broek round out your 15 runners and riders that made it to the checkered. We lost William Kluster, Kevin Delacroix, Martin Versteeg, Bas Steen, Sebastian Horder, Niels Berler, and Mark Verhoeven. There was the moment that Glenn van den Hoek showed his disgust and frustration after being turfed out on the exit of T1. There's the move that saw Wesley de Waal go up the inside of William van der Kaaij, but this battle was captivating. It was one of those murder mysteries that kept you on the edge of your seats, and we found out it was Jeroen Bos that did the business by 67 thousandths. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our 20th and final race is coming up next. Very shortly, we'll be under starters' orders for the Senior Max Top 36. The final up next. One final race, and it's down to this. The 20th and final race of this meeting concludes with the following grid for the Senior Max Top 36 final. The front row comprised of Vivian Horst and Matera Denkovic. Kaz Boshouse and Tay Stevens line up on row 2, with Thijs van Wijk and Sam Bergstein completing row 3. Benjamin Van Hees and Jort van Wijk round out row 4, with Ryan Bourguignon and Mitch Hainert completing your top 10. Ahead of them, after them will be Matti Sturlo and Ruben Verheyen on row 6. Robbie Storder and Jake Menton row 7. Ollie Jonkers and Kevin Navis row 8. Felipe Falk, Dylan LaHaye, Ralph van der Pijven and Sverre Ubben ran out your top 20. Completing the 36 strong will be Krik Knorren, Neil Hendricks, Jim Bach, Martin Herrera, Jay Zurveld, Dylan Hummel, Jack de Kock, Julian Kloosman, Sebastian Koch, Scott Westovens, and then it will be Rein van der Meer, Siem van Vliet, Steen Peters, Flynn Fitters, Nathan Marichal, and Michael Petit. Unfortunately, the winner, Lex Quintons, was disqualified post the second chance. Did have a 5-second front fairing penalty, but the rear bumper was considered to be loose and thereby a safety hazard. demoting the hard work that Lex Quintans had done, meaning that that driver's race weekend would come to an early end. However, it is time for our top 36. And we have a driver from Bouvin Power on pole position. We have a former Bouvin Power alumni now wearing the colours of Dams Racing on the outside of the front row. This is where the tension builds. The tension is so thick, you could cut through it with like a hot knife through cold butter. And expect fireworks. I don't mean the little ones that you find at the Chinese market. It's the ones that really blow things up. As we go, revs up, lights out, and the senior final is underway. Devian Ross leads the field as we head down into turn 2 for the first time. And more to the point, Devian Ross leads the way. Kaz Boshouse in second, Mateo Denkovic. Days Van Wyk, I think, has just gotten up into third place. That's a bit close for comfort. One goes and rejoins back onto the circuit. That was Jake Menton in the 331. Martin Herrera nearly had a code brown, I think, possibly, in the 388 for Montfort Motorsports. But Devian Ross leads the way as things stand. Into the exit part of Escargot they head. Here you can see the peloton train there. So over the line we go to complete the opening lap. Devian Ross leads the way. Now Kaz Boshouse pulls the trigger, goes up the inside, immediate switchback. Kaz Boshouse gets squeezed out wide by 3 drivers. Boshouse went for the lead, Ross went back through, then it was Radenkovic and Van Wyk. They all wanted a piece of the pie, so did Dave Stevens. They all obliged, went through, and after 2 corners, Kaz Boshouse went from the lead and now finds himself dumped all the way down unceremoniously to P5. Now it's a cat and mouse game. We're on lap 2. And we still have just over 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. The unpredictable nature of karting permeates in every single corner, every single apex. And now Radenkovic goes up the inside, mounts the curbs, he's through on Devian Ross, who keeps it pinned. And now Devian Ross, very, very good kart control and spatial awareness. Kept it pinned round the outside of Days Van Wyk on the Sodi kart through at turn 2. And that's not easy. That's actually pretty damn difficult. But Rust had the presence of mind and the confidence in the machinery underneath him to facilitate that. That takes guts. So, movers up the order at the minute. Sebastian Koch up 5 places from 29th, now 24th. And Martin Herrera up to 20th, up from 24th place. Now, here comes the chess game. Dave Stevens dives up the inside of Days Van Wyk through at turn 1. That's a change for 3rd place. Mateo Radenkovic holding on to the race lead as they go through into turn number 3. Radenkovic holds on a little bit. Sam Bergstein in the number 319 is rounding out the top 6, but he nearly tries to dive up the inside through at turn 4. Robbie Storder, number 317, started 13th, had a bit of a comme ci comme ça qualifying session, but now I think could be one of the drivers in the mix. Sverre Ubben goes purple in sector 1, the GKS driver has gone purple across the board, sectors 1 and 2. The number 346 now up 5 places from starting 20th, now hits the top 15. Robbie Sauder last time around, 55.405 was the fastest lap. I'm sure that Sverre Ubben is going to smash that out of the park. As through tries to go Devian Roos on Mateo Radenkovic. And, Taze Stevens gets through. So did Thijs van Wijk. Now, Radenkovic down from first to fourth. Kaz Boshouse is there. Sam Bergstein, Ryan Bourguignon. Now he's also there with the top 6-7 covered by nearly 1.3 seconds. Entire field from 1st to 36 covered by just a shade under 11 seconds. So this is actually a very, very good sign that the racing is going to be clean. It is going to be fast, but also there are going to be opportunities that drivers are going to have to take, like that one. Taze Stevens gets through on Devian Rust. Rust is now going to look for the inside line, gets through at turn 2. Thijs van Wijk has a little slight clip of the right rear tyre. There's a little nibble of it with the left front of his Sodi kart. And Kaz Boshouse gets through on Mateo Radenkovic. So the puzzles are moving around. But at the moment, they're not fixed in any certain position. There's still a possibility that someone might decide to change how the jigsaw puzzle comes together. And when you have 36 drivers who now on lap 6... Oh, right. Now, here comes a little bit of the change around, so to speak. Because now, as Vivian Rust has gotten away, Kaz Boshouse now up into second, Mateo Radenkovic now third, Thijs van Wijk, they all started to congregate. And what happens? When things start to concertina and everyone starts getting a bit closer together, it's like magnetism. And polarities do affect something. Someone's gone off. And that is a SR Solutions kart. Now, don't tell me that's Benjamin Van Hees. I hope not. It was definitely an SR Solutions car. I didn't quite catch the number. There's only so much that the camera angle can give you. So someone is going to tumble in terms of the running orders. And oh no! It's one of their biggest drivers as well, Mathis Turlo. Now, so Mathis Turlo is going to be the first retiree. He is out of this race. Scott Westhovens has tumbled all the way down to 35th position. So now, we've also just had the results for DD2 and DD2 Masters come in, along with KZ2. So the podium will be a little bit later than planned to everyone in the paddock area, but once we have all the results, we'll give you some notice with regards to it. Podium was due to start at 6:15. We are nearly at 6:15. There's still this senior race to go, but Vivian Rust looking to possibly secure another podium, and more importantly, it could be another win for Birger Bouvin's crew. If that is the case, then, well, who's not to say what might happen? Radenkovic dives up the inside through at turn 3 on Kaz Boshouse. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a long way to go in a short time to get there, but you ain't seen nothing yet. There are 2 musical references in there. I'm not going to ask you guys and girls on a postcard to say which one is which, but there is one that refers to a particular good old car chase movie. Good old Burt Reynolds and Smokey and the Bandit. We've got a long way to go in a short time to get there. If you ever might remember that back in the day, I certainly do, then Sally Field was in there alongside Burt Reynolds in that 1977 Pontiac Trans Am. Lovely bit of kit back in those days. So Mathis Turlo, the only driver out of this race, and considering the fact that House Seniors started off this weekend, now it's a case of trying to put your best foot forward. So Devian Rust leads by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Kaz Boshouse in P3. Thijs van Wijk and Sverre Ubben round out your top 5. Sverre Ubben is now up 15 places. Let me say that again for good measure. 15 places that the GKS Levens Power driver has made up. And of course, this circuit has seen the likes of Kimi Räikkönen, Jenson Button, Sebastian Vettel, and a few other former and current Formula One stars race here at this particular circuit. But at the moment, Devin Rust is doing a stellar job at the front end of the field. And that is exactly what him and his dad, Rob, would have wanted. And now, considering the fact that Matej Radenkovic decides with just over 2 minutes to go, dives up the inside at turn 6 at Chemin de Fer on Devin Rust. Now, I did say about the fact that we have had 2 Bouvin Power wins in Rotax here this weekend. We had one from Combi Kart. We could have Mini, Senior, or Mini Junior and Senior wrapped up. But now it's a case of, has Radenkovic held a little bit back? Or has Rust decided to go at a particular pace he was comfortable with so as to not put anything the wrong way? Sverre Ubben now past Thijs van Wijk and is on course for a possible podium. Now with 1.5 minutes to go, wait for it. Here comes the unpredictability of this race, front and centre. The question is, where is Devin Rust going to get through on Matej Radenkovic? Is it going to be the start-finish straight? Is it going to be turn 1? Is it going to be turn 6? Who else might come into this? Mitch Haynott from TB Cot, the 310, is now up 4 places from 10th and is running 6th. 2 laps remain. Any one of the drivers from 1st to 8th, including Krit Knorren, who's made up 13 places, has a chance of winning this race. And now Sverre Ubben tries to go through on Kaz Boshouse. It causes a domino rally style effect behind, which means everyone closes in on each other. Next time around, it's not just the last lap of this race, it's the last lap of the weekend. Devin Rust has to now pounce and get past on Matej Radenkovic, who defends into turn 1 as we go on to lap number 14. And Kaz Boshouse has been also waiting for the opportunity to strike whilst the iron is hot. Sverre Ubben, Thijs van Wijk, Mitch Haynott, Tay Stevens, Krit Knorren, all covered by 1.1 seconds. We head to Chemin de Fer at turn 6 for the final time. Devin Rust is now starting to push and try to get closer to Matej Radenkovic in the dying corners of this race. Out of Escargot for the final time. Turn 12. Now up the hill. One more push. Hard on the throttle. Up the hill. Dams Racing and Matej Radenkovic take glory in seniors by just over 2 tenths. Devin Rust had led so much of that race, but still Matej Radenkovic, I remember his dad Alexander saying to me earlier on I think it was yesterday morning, he said, "We're here to race for fun." That says fun for Matej Radenkovic, and the fun word being victory. After 14 laps, Mateo Radenkovic wins the Senior Max final here at Marienborg. Zoe Andros takes second ahead of Kaz Boshouse, your provisional top three. With Sverre Ubben making it from 20th to fourth at the end of that race. Taze Van Wyk, Krit Knoren making up 15 places to round out the top six ahead of Robbie Sauder. Sam Bergstein, Benjamin Van Hees and Ryan Wolverine rounding out the top 10. Felipe Falk, Ruben Verheyen, Taze Stevens, Dylan LaHaye, Jort Van Wyk and Ralph van der Pavert round out the top 16. Ahead of Kevin Navis, Miel Hendricks, Mitch Hayner, Jim Back. Sebastian Koch takes 21st, ahead of Flynn Fitters, Julian Klosman, Jay Zerveld, Steen Peters, Sim Van Vliet, Dylan Hummel, Jack de Kock, Nathan Marichal, Jake Menton, Ollie Jonkers, Martin Herrera, and Michael Petit, rounding out the 33 drivers that made it to the end of the race after 14 laps. Rein van der Meer with 1 lap to go, Scott Verhovens with 3 laps to go, and Matthias Turlo out just before the halfway point of the race. And as you see, there are some of the replay highlights. A big thank you to our stream partners. This stream has been powered by WFR Live TV, our good friends within the karting family from Portugal, who have come to be with us. Of course, they've been helping with the live timing, race control, and also race direction of this event. A big thank you to everybody here at the circuit. A big thank you, merci beaucoup à toute l'équipe ici à Marienborg et aussi pour le chef Thierry Lepine de nous accueillir, d'avoir la possibilité de visiter ici à Marienborg pour faire la course ce week-end. Merci à tous. Merci à tous les marshals. Thank you to the marshals. Big thank you to timing, race control, scrutineering, administration, our stewarding panel from the RACB and CNAF. A big thank you to Tyre Bay, scrutineering, technical, Parc Fermé. Big thank you to all the teams. Big thank you to all the drivers. Big thank you to all the mechanics, the families, and everyone here. A big thank you to you watching from the comfort of your home if you haven't been able to join us via the wonderful modicum of media known as YouTube. That really wraps up our coverage here at Karting des Fagnes International Raceway here in Marienborg. And a big thank you to you all for being part and parcel of this wonderful broadcast. It has been 20 exciting races from the lowest and the youngest drivers in our classes through mini and mini rookie all the way up to KZ2 Masters, where we had KZ2 with nearly 1,600 horsepower combined around this 1,366 metre circuit. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a wait for RMC Belgium Round 2 that heads to the Home of Champions in the second weekend of May, but Chrono Karting will be back in action at Circuit Park Berghem on the 13th of April. This has been a WFR live TV production. My name's Alex Goldschmidt saying good night. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, and we'll see you trackside very soon. Tot snel op de baan et à la prochaine. Good night.